which I am confident, which is that the pathology in our institutions known as wokeness is distinctively feminine and feminized, and that in a very literal sense, our institutions have gone woke because there are more women in them than there used to be.
What is the nature, the essential nature of wokeness that you associate with a certain kind of feminized politics or feminized ways of relating to other people, relating to colleagues or coworkers or anything else?
Let's pick one flavor of wokeness, and that is the Me Too movement. It was not just an increase in the volume of sex scandals. There have been sex scandals since the dawn of politics, and it was not just that there were more of them than there used to be. If it were simply a matter of more women having the self-confidence to speak up and challenge their accusers, I don't think anyone could possibly object to that. But that's not what the Me Too movement was. The Me Too movement was a change in the rules of how sex scandals work. There was a change in what kinds of behavior were held up for censure, and you had people like comedian Aziz Ansari being canceled for what was, at the end of the day, just a bad date, and he was guilty of not much more than severe awkwardness. It suddenly became mandatory.
Well, I don't know, man. I've never had that happen to me. How awkward are we talking about?
For us to believe all women, no matter how credible or not credible their testimony might be.
That is a straw man. No one has ever claimed that. Sorry. No one has ever been like, yes, every woman ever needs to be believed. It's just, I think the Me Too movement was acknowledge the fact that a lot of women don't feel like they can come forward because of fear for being persecuted or the social stigma around it. But by all means, go ahead and strawman what the Me Too movement is.
It got to the point where to even probe a woman's story with various
Which doesn't happen that often because of social stigma.
questions about the facts of the case became an affront.
Because it's generally concerning sexual assault, and asking a woman to relive their sexual assault experience is kind of hard. I know. Oh man, I was about to say a horrible joke.
And disrespectful to women. So that, to me, is the essence of wokeness that you see in all.
Okay, so you're just fucking retarded.
All of its other variations on campuses or in the workplace, shutting down conversations, intruding politics to spheres that had previously been neutral, sort of importantly neutral. Pillars of civilization neutrality, things like the rule of law, were suddenly subject to politicization in a way that was really, really harmful. So I don't know. I don't want to say that we all know what wokeness is, but that at least were its important characteristics from my perspective. The things about it that worried me the most.
Okay. I have more questions, but I want to start, Leah, with a fairly direct question, because you are identifying yourself in your book as a particular kind of feminist. And I want to ask you, what is wrong with existing feminism, liberal feminism, and how has it failed women?
So I think the essential problem is that there's a strain of feminism that sees any difference between men and women as a threat to our equality. You can see this in a variety of ways, some of them pretty small scale. There's a lot of going back and forth on the college level about where the three-point line should be for men and women's basketball. Should it be equivalently hard for a man and woman to hit the shot? Or
holy fuck. Who cares? Who cares? The fuck is this even remotely a topic for fucking feminism? Is this real life, bro? What the fuck are we talking about? The 3-point shot? It's fucking basketball.
Should be at exactly the same spot, so no one can say that women aren't playing as hard.
Who the fuck cares?
I don't actually care that much about basketball.
Good. You shouldn't. As it relates to, like, equality, probably.
I'll level with you. But I think that anxiety that to draw two lines on the court would in some way imperil women's dignity is
Good, because it's fucking basketball.
wrong-headed. And you see it to have a real cost in other domains where that attempt to treat women like defective men who are
Okay, I don't know. Who the fuck is doing it? This is such a stupid ass conversation.
nearly identical, nearly swappable, and when we can close that gap, no one will be able to tell us we're less than, ultimately does a fundamental injustice to women.
It's basketball. Aren't we talking, like, when we talk about feminism, we're talking about like suffrage. We're talking about like, no fault divorce laws. We're talking about the ability to go, accuse your sexual assaulter, marital rape. We're talking about like money in the workplace. We're not talking about shooting a fucking basketball.
And it results in violence towards babies because, of course, pregnancy is the most obvious way women differ from men. It won't ever be fully closed.
And a big part of your argument is that the institutions of American life or Western life since the feminist revolution have basically said to women, yes, you can join up, you can have the jobs you want.
You mean an acquiesce? Well, obviously, or else it wouldn't have had to have been a movement.
You can have the equality you want, but we will not accommodate ourselves to what you just defined as the greatest female distinctive, right? So you have to, in effect, become as men in order to enter the professional classes.
And when you aren't, it's kind of a personal hobby. You hear that language of personal choice, not only on the left with regard to abortion, but for conservatives in opposition to things like SNAP benefits for unmarried women. Well, you chose to have this baby while you were poor, and everyone knows you could have.
Okay, well, some opinions don't need to be heard. Some opinions can go right to the garbage can. Why not even, why even have SNAP then? That's not what we use SNAP for. Why are we punishing the child in this case still? I hear a lot of punishing the woman, but like, isn't there a fucking actual child that needs food here? What the fuck did the child do?
Chosen differently when that
The child couldn't choose to have not been fucked 9 months ago.
could entail not having sex or killing the baby in the womb after the sex has been had.
Not killing.
So there's a sense of the
It's a fetus. It's not a person. Doesn't have legal personhood yet. This is fucking obvious. Not murder then. Not killing.
baseline person does not have someone depend on in this way. I think pregnancy is the starkest example, and it's the gendered example. But the sense that the fundamental nature of the human person is someone who isn't constrained by someone else's need isn't just a problem for women. It's a problem for all of us because each of us has people who depend on us, even if we go through our whole lives childless, because we have parents who increasingly are.
Okay, speak for yourself. It's not something I have.
Are aging without the supports to age all alone.
How do you distinguish between
All of the kids in foster care right now are just going, the fuck?
dependence and weakness? Even though everyone is dependent in some way, part of your argument is that by necessity, women are a more dependent sex in some ways. What distinguishes that from saying women are just the weaker sex?
So here's where I will push back on the definition. Women are more directly exposed to other people's need, but historically,
Why? How? How are we fucking parameterizing need here, bro? What is happening? What do you mean? How does that make sense?
men also view their
Men are definitely fucking exposed to other people's needs all the time. What the fuck am I listening to, bro? Just fucking garbage.
bodies as something they extend over someone else who needs them, not over a baby through pregnancy, but by placing themselves between an outside threat and their family or their country. We live in an unusually safe and prosperous time, so it's much less likely that you will think, I will take a wound to my body for the sake of my family than that your wife will.
But so then it is fundamentally issues about biology, family, and reproduction, where you would say that liberal feminism essentially asks women to postpone, delay, things that are natural to women. But so, Helen, working off Leah's argument, you have a conception of essentially that there is a kind of evolutionary story in which men evolved to be warriors, putting their bodies in front of their families or their communities, taking wounds and so on, and that women evolved to be worriers. Can you talk a little bit about that distinction and where those phrases come from?
This woman has never once thought of what that word meant. There's no fucking way this woman's like, men are warriors. Look at you. What are you talking about?
Sure. That phrase comes from a psychologist called Joyce Benenson.
Great. You got it. Joyce Benenson. Oh my God. She looks like she fucking had one too many meth binges, bro. What the hell's going on here? She is a primate specialist. Like, you've got to be joking me, right? Is this a different Joyce Benson? Okay. Oh, well. Name's Joyce. This is Jay. So far, not doing very good here. Great.
Who did a book called Warriors and Worriers. And that is a book that I found very enlightening because it was not about the differences between individual men and individual women. That's something that there has been subject to a lot of study, that you give men and women polls and they will give different answers to your survey.
Fucking obviously.
Her subject was group dynamics. How do groups of men interact versus how do groups of women interact?
Okay. I can only think of the unfathomable amount of confounding variables right now. And hopefully we're not going to make conclusions.
And that seemed to me to correspond very closely.
Corresponds a word that you would use if you aren't sure in what you're going to say.
To the changes that we would describe as wokeness.
Obviously. Okay, thank you. Yeah. That's why you use the word correspond, because what you just said is fucking stupid.
Her theory is that this originated in the mists of prehistory, that men were organized to have warrior bands, which meant they needed to have hierarchical structures. They needed to know how to take orders and give orders and not take it personally when their leader made a choice that they didn't agree with, and that they needed to be able to engage in conflict, to fight, and then when that fight was over, you needed to be able to make peace. And that women, being more oriented towards child rearing, were more likely to have protracted conflict with their rivals within the tribe, and less likely to reconcile at the end.
Yeah. Anthropologically, do we have any evidence to say what she's saying is true? Like, when I think of anthropology right now, at least in scholarship, like David Graeber and individuals who have written extensively on this, what the fuck is she talking about?
There are similar insights that can be gleaned from primatology. Now, when you're talking about gender differences, I think you need to hold different kinds of expertise as having varying levels of credibility. But I think that the insights of evolutionary biology or primatology are at least interesting fodder. I don't know that if somebody gave me that book and said, now speculate on what the results of the feminization of institutions will be, I don't know that I would have guessed that they would be as dramatic as they have been. But when I look at wokeness and say that it has coincided almost exactly in time with the demographic tipover of various institutions from being majority male to majority female, and if the changes of wokeness.
Okay. Source, what institutions are we talking about? What are we talking about, lady? Oh, no. What are we talking about? This woman is fucking insufferable.
Resemble feminine behavior as described by evolutionary biology, then I think that maybe that starts to make a lot of sense.
So, Leah, are women the problem with wokeness?
No, I don't think so. I think America is a country of repeated religious revival, and this was one of them. It swept up both men and women and came out of a fundamental sense of, what's wrong with us, right? The fundamental question people are always asking, what's wrong with us and what can we do about it? I think wokeness was deeply interested in questions about guilt, but had kind of thin answers for how guilt can be expiated and where.
Maybe it is and always has been a word that black people historically would use to signal to one another that they are aware of racial injustices and systemic issues. It was co-opted, renegotiated by the Conservative Party. Or at least some conservatives. But what are we doing? What are we talking about?
It's located. But I see this as less of a significant deviation from other parts of American history.
Let me ask you, though, about wokeness in particular. In the course of your own argument, you write, a society that cannot imagine placing the weak at its center, that forgets that society exists for the weak, will be drawn toward the Manichaean modes of cancel culture, right? So you're looking at the same phenomenon that Helen is looking at, and you're saying, well, there's not enough respect for dependence and weakness. Don't you think that wokeness, whether it is a sort of feminized phenomenon or not, is certainly, in its own self-conception, a mode of trying to get people to care about the weak?
I think this is where we couple that first, an orientation towards the weak, a preferential option towards the poor, with truth-seeking, right? They do go together. The weakness of a baby is pretty incontrovertible. The moral status of a baby is where people start to have a philosophical fight.
What?
I see a lot of the kind of frenzy of wokeness around people of a sense of, could it be true that in a meaningful sense, I'm complicit in systems of evil? This zeal for moral concern, that's good. Like the sense of.
Yes. I mean, if you actually read any philosophy right now, moral philosophy, you would realize that this is obviously a topic of conversation in philosophy. And, because it's been written about extensively, Peter Singer, for instance, writes about this extensively. And he does make the argument that being complicit in immoral framework is in and of itself immoral. To that, I personally don't simply believe that because America participates in certain things that makes all of us morally culpable in some ways, we really don't have that much control over. There's a lot of arguments here. Maybe just bring that up. I don't know. All right. Back to this shitty
Of how do I put things right in a situation where I'm constantly entangled with at least partial cooperation with evil? That's a good question. How do you
Oh my god, dude. Again, there's a lot of moral philosophy on this. You tell me you didn't fucking think of a single person that you could probably like bring up right now? Peter Singer, David Chang, anyone? You're just like, I don't know, it's a fucking question. And then you fuck up the actual question. I just don't get it.
put it right is not primarily through self-flagellation. It's through active doing good.
Okay, so complicit in worldwide moral behavior. How the fuck is actively doing good going to change something like cobalt mining in the Congo? What are you talking about?
What about the aspect of wokeness that says, look, we are going to give special attention to people who are disadvantaged, who
Who, you know, have received special, what's the opposite of attention? How come we never talk about that? Like, what is the argument against people receiving something when they've been disadvantaged? Well, it probably would have to do with the fact that they were, you know, let's just take black people in the United States, literal slaves for honestly most of this country's history. Maybe that's why, I don't know. Hey, Graham.
Welcome back to the channel. Today I'm going to be discussing Against Our Better Judgment by Alison Weir. The subtitle is
This is just bullshit. Alison Weir is garbage. God, bro. I know who this is. The U.S. did not make Israel like this. I'm sorry, bro. This woman is a fucking kook. Look at this. Look at this website, man. Do you see this? Why would I say what? Because she's a kook. She's literally a kook. Does she have any things she wants to sell me? Wait a minute. Buy books? Let's see. Look at the sources. Okay. Where are they? You want me to give you some good books on Palestine? Palestine and Israel? I don't see any sources. At least not in this one. And this doesn't make any sense. How the U.S. was used to create Israel? No one liked the Jews, bro. No one. Yeah, this woman's a fucking kook. Here, I'm going to give you something, Gran, okay? That's not loaded. It's going to be just raw history, okay? It's going to be a lot of reading if you really want that, okay? Here. This is a lot of reading, okay, Graham? These books are good. We have The War for Palestine, Rewriting the History of 1948, Tom Segev, Jews and Arabs Under the British Mandate, Sami Adwan, Side by Side, Parallel Histories of Israel-Palestine, comparison one. We have Neil Kaplan, The Israeli-Palestine Conflict, and then we have Pugarand, which is Israeli dialogue, Palestinian-Israeli dialogue. If you want to learn about this conflict, I would suggest you read some of these. Okay.
Who are
Not
sort of
this
represent
fucking
a
kook lady.
tradition of suffering or disadvantage, who come from disadvantaged minorities or the disadvantaged sex or gender, as the case may be, right? And essentially give them a special leg up, special deference in debate. And that's the place where Helen immediately says, you've lost truth seeking, and, maybe you've become too feminized. But what
I wouldn't say deference in debate. I would say attentiveness to what kind of policies are appropriate. And here's where I draw a big distinction between two attempts to do a special justice to the most disadvantaged students, one of which, went very badly and one of which is going very well. The idea of we don't have an
No. It's more complicated than that, Grand. Come on now. Israel is and Palestine, believe it or not, both Israel and Palestine had extremely prominent nationalist movements leading up to the creation of Israel. So the Zionism had an opposite in the Palestinian people who wanted to do something very similar. I'm not sure how you would defend that claim. I really don't know how you would defend that claim. Sounds really hard. You want to do me a favor, Graham? Actually, I guess I can comment in it. Wall test. Oh, it works. It does say people joined. Interesting. I would agree with you there, Grant. I don't think nationalist movements are good either, but Israel's creation wasn't solely because of the nationalist movement. Israel's creation, was a reaction of the Holocaust. I mean, it's unfortunately that is just true, right? So I don't know if in hindsight it seems kind of stupid to consent to an actual ethno state like the world did. But that's what happened. No, it was not, man. Reread your sentence right now. Just reread it for me. I've noticed you do this quite a bit, okay? And I want to help you understand why you want to stay away from using language like that. Okay? Pure evil. Just think about what you just said. That is like a ridiculous thing to say. And it also, what it does is it gives away a lot of someone's presupposition and a lot of someone's intent on what they want to talk about when they talk about things. There were extremely nationalist. You're talking about recently too? What the? No, you could actually find people who were, leaders of the Zionist movement who are we're pretty awful people, bro. You don't have to talk about the conscription because that's not evil to a lot of people. You can make the argument that you disagree with conscription. I know you do, but that's not appropriate at all to be like it's just evil. A lot of countries do this, especially when they're trying to defend themselves, which is what most Israelis believe. They're not evil, my man. I mean, you know that's not going to happen though, right? It's an idealism right there. And damn it, Grant. Is this you? Is this you, Grant? One sec.
and
Is this you? Yeah, where is it? Rand, this is what I feel you are right now, okay?
Start paddling, Pinky. We must reach the lab before tomorrow night.
Why? What are we going to do tomorrow night, Brain?
Same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world.
Enough students of color in our algebra classes in middle school. We've got this disparate impact. Let's get rid of the algebra class in California. That's not ultimately rooted in this sense of, okay, well, what are we doing and is it working? Versus the schools that overhauled the Mississippi Miracle, how they taught phonics and how they got everyone on board. And they said, we'll tell it's working when the test scores improve, not when we hold a congratulatory press conference where we say we're getting rid of the way we were measuring a difference, but when we provide material support, knowing it may not work, check, roll back. And what I think is often missing, and part of the reason some of the excesses you're describing turn up a lot in the nonprofit and academic sector, is the sense of, do you work in a domain where there are tight feedback loops about whether you're failing? It's normal to fail when you do things. And I think that's what's missing in a lot of domains of life. That if I were going to do one thing to say, how could I make the workforce feel more like the way Helen wants it to? It'd be less about adjusting the gender difference and more about people having more experiences starting in school where they do things they can fail at.
I don't have any problem with that. I think learning through failure is great. There's a lot of truth in that.
But so one of the dynamics here, and one of the sort of obvious reactions to your essay, is that there are still plenty of men in positions of power all over the United States. But I think part of your argument is that
how is that an argument?
Men in those environments are effectively constrained by an expectation that, I think this might have been your language, that women are
constrained by an expectation to just acknowledge that in some ways women are disadvantaged or discriminated against? Bro, if that is too hard for you, that's a you problem. There's a difference between saying something is evil, Grant, and saying something is not representative or should be justified in general. You realize that, right? Evil is a very loaded word.
not allowed to fail.
I'm not trying to catch you in anything.
Right.
I'm just pointing out the word you're using is not a good one.
So to start off with the empirical question of whether or not feminization is true, whether it is a fact about the world that we are living in a more feminized society. I understand people who say that, men still outnumber women among CEOs, and therefore that proves that we don't live in a feminized society. But I think that's just a failure to understand how linear time works. I mean, the fact that tenured professors are still predominantly male.
As opposed to what? Exponential time? Non-linear time? What kind of time are we talking about? The fuck? What is she talking about? Everyone knows how linear time works. They live it.
Because these people got their PhDs back in the 1980s, doesn't
That's you, lady.
really tell you
Or did you not get one?
a whole lot if you're in a field where 75% of PhDs today currently go to women.
Who the fuck cares? It's like giving me real... I'm black, so I know what systemic racism is. Energy. And I don't know how to tell you this, but that doesn't mean you understand systemic racism if you're black.
As is the case in the profession of psychology. So it's correct that we have not yet had a female president.
Professional psychology for what? Clinical psychology? Research psychology? You can't just stop there. Are you fucking kidding me? She's
On the other hand,
purposely being obtuse here. That way you can't fucking pin her down on what she means. Fucking completely bad faith.
and it's also true that the White House staff was 60% female under President Biden. So does the one
Who the fuck cares?
prove definitively?
There's nothing wrong with being vehemently opposed to nationalism, Grant. I mean, I can tell that you care a lot about what your own ideology and how you're trying to form it. That's not something I'm criticizing. And if you think that's what I'm criticizing, I think you need to rethink.
That we don't live in a feminized society, or does the other
I
prove
appreciate
that we do? I don't know. I think these
the type of ideology that you are trying to understand, actually. All I did was simply point out that the mistake of calling things evil when instead you could be talking about why you disagree with Zionism, which I actually agree with you there, and give me some actual information. I just gave you 5 books that could help you understand the Israeli-Palestine conflict considerably and how both Zionism and the early Palestine movement had tons of nationalism in it and fascism because that was the popular thing at the time. Okay? But if you call fascism or nationalism evil, like the Nazis or something, you're just misunderstanding the problem with it. And you're essentially kind of enabling it to happen again.
These are all relevant facts, but
Evil
Lee,
people
I think you're
are
right
not
that
what
it's always the
nationalism is. It's simpler than that. It's normal people can end up doing horrible things.
junior levels that are a lot more female tilted and they're moving gradually up. So you expect that trend to continue. But, then there's the question of a generation of boomers who have a real distrust of themselves as authority figures with something valuable to hand on. And that then you can see this sense of, well, let's be led by our junior staff. And I don't see that primarily as just, well, the men forgot, what it was to be men. I think the men forgot what they were doing or thought of themselves as having something valuable to pass on, men and women both in the boomer generation.
I don't even know how they're making claims right now on this. I have no idea what they're trying to say. We're just generalizing quite a lot. I have no idea what's happening right now.
Where does that kind of vacuum of authority and culture fit into the story you're telling?
I would never want to pass up an opportunity to boomer bash, but I'm not sure that that's the story that's going on here. Certainly, there were many
Dude, this woman she needs to get laid.
Institutions and companies during the height of wokeness that felt like they were held hostage by their younger workers, and their younger workers were demanding.
Okay, how?
Wokeness, and the managers were
demanding wokeness. Okay. Really easy if you just say something so fucking unimaginably stupid and vague. Got it. What kind of fucking demanding wokeness are we talking about? What are we talking about?
Too terrified to do anything but capitulate.
Terrified of what, dude? Of what?
But I think
terrified of what exactly?
Thank you.
And
there you go. Tell her to fucking actually say something instead of just fucking casting magic.
What an apt question. When you look at somebody like
what an apt question. Let me deflect and not fucking answer it.
James Damore, the Google guy who got fired for issuing a memo saying that apt questions, and the managers were
terrified of what exactly?
The Google guy.
Great. One anecdote. Okay. Now let's just go look this up anyway, but is this something that you really want to use in a conversation that's supposed to be like academic?
Who got what an apt question. When you look at some
James Damore, what did James Damore do? And then even if this is somewhat true, companies essentially can fire you for whatever reason they want. A lot of the times they can overreact because of public perception. So a lot of times it doesn't have anything to do with the wokeness in general. It has to do with the fact that the internet and mob mentality is pretty strong and companies make stupid decisions. They can do this without wokeness. They do this all the time. So let's just look into his stupid fucking... Okay. This guy wrote an essay saying women do not choose roles in tech due to differences in their biology. What a stupid fucking thing to say. It's more of a sociological reason, obviously. Over time, women were pushed into more caregiving roles. I mean, it's just that simple. This is a sociology reason, not personality differences. All right, let's see. You've probably heard about about the manifesto of Googler. Okay, he has a manifesto? 10-page anti-diversity speed circulating internally. This is the full text. I value diversity and inclusion. I'm going to make it bigger. Suddenly, I'm starting to think that this guy really did need to be fired, eh? Because he seems like a fucking retard. I value diversity and inclusion and am not denying that sexism exists and don't endorse using stereotypes. When addressing the gap in representation in the population, we need to look at population level differences and distributions. Okay, stupid fucking math nerd. What about the sociological reasons for that? Just because you can look at numbers doesn't mean you understand what the numbers do. If we can't have I don't know about evil, Grand, but I don't think they were good. And they kind of represented the interests of the Jews, but also not at the same time. That's why Zionism was a little unique. It did provide a sense of security for the early Jews. I don't know how you can make that last statement. Not everyone in Israel is a Zionist. What are you talking about? Can you explain that to me? You really think everyone in Israel is a Zionist? I'm really confused. That was loud. No, I know what you said. I don't need to reread. So, all the people who are not Zionists, who don't espouse Zionist views, who don't act in a Zionist nationalist way, which Israel does not, how are you just making this non sequitur? Psychological safety is built on mutual respect, blah, 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 blah. I've got many. Oh, he just starts going full sexist. I know, but you're doing a non sequitur right now. I recommend that you read some of these books. Particularly, I think the Neil Kaplan one is really good. And then, this one here, the Shared Histories, Palestinian-Israeli Dialogue. And you're not making a good argument by doing that. I'm sorry. It's just not, man. Maybe it'll work well with someone else, but I don't. When I hear the word evil, when someone's trying to, is it? By how much? I can never, with you though, I can never tell because you always have a laggier thing going on. Also, why is my FPS so low? What is it? Is it lagging? Well, we'll get back to it. Okay. Yeah, this guy is ridiculous. Considering women spend more money than men, salary represents how much the employee sacrifices. What? This guy got fired because he's a fucking retard. I'm not going to spend any length of time okay? And once again, most Israelis and Jews are not Zionists. So, what is the point? Yeah, this guy got fired because he sucks at his job and probably deserved to be fired, judging by his comments and his internal memos at Google. So, outside of this one stupid anecdote, already we have a bunch of issues. Mrs. Red Pill version of whatever female podcast there is in the world. What do you got?
Somebody like James Damore, the Google guy who got
fired for being overtly sexist, definitely deserved it. Continued to create memos and could not, I guess, read a room.
fired for issuing a memo saying that male
That is not what it said. I just read it. Try again.
representation in hard sciences might be attributable.
Okay. But what is the point, though? What are you trying to say, Graham?
To biological differences and differences in interest. He was not fired because Googlers were calling for his head and the management was afraid of a staff revolt.
No, he was fired because what he said was retarded. I just read it. And he probably deserved to be fired because he said women spend more money, so they need less salary. Are you fucking kidding me? Did you read his memo? Probably not. That wouldn't work for your little shtick, would it?
He was fired because any woman alleging gender discrimination, any woman in his division could then sue the company and say, I have not been given opportunities.
No, he was fired because the VP, one of the VPs, saw the memo and was just like tired of the conversation and how fucking overtly sexist this guy was.
Because the atmosphere at Google.
I mean, you're not clear on your point, Gran. We've established two things. Modern Israel is not Zionist completely. Most Israelis and Jewish people are not Zionists. And then second, we've established that Zionism is not really a good movement. What is your point? Should we just get rid of Israel or what? What is the point?
Believes that women are less capable than men. It was because of legal liability. So that's where I think a lot of the indignation at the article I wrote puzzles me. But I think it's just because it comes from people who are not aware of the way the law is currently lopsided in favor of punishing male vices and allowing feminized vices totally free rein.
What are female and male vices?
So there was a landmark gender discrimination case in the 1990s that involved a woman who worked at a shipyard.
A landmark? What?
The workforce there was naturally 95% male.
Okay. Probably because of social conditioning, like most of these types of jobs at a shipyard.
And she claimed in her lawsuit that she was not given the same opportunities as the men, that she was made to feel unwelcome.
Maybe. I don't know.
And one of the items of evidence in this lawsuit that she offered was that some of the male mechanics had pinups on the walls of their work areas. And
okay, maybe take down your stupid little childish Playboy posters. Yeah.
That these half-clad women made her feel.
I very much doubt it was just half-clad lady.
Uncomfortable.
Do I have to go look up this case?
She was successful. The court said, yes, that is.
Probably because they're at work.
That is a discriminatory aspect of the workplace. The boss needs to tell him to take those down. But that is not the only kind of masculine conduct that has fallen afoul of these kinds of lawsuits.
Is that normal masculine conduct? To act like a fucking toddler at your workplace so you put a pin up?
We sit with that example for just a second.
She read the case? Okay, good. I was about to say, do I have to go read the case? Because somehow I feel like even the way she presented it, trying to be as bad faith as possible, I still find myself going, wow, those dudes need to grow the fuck up.
Read the case.
Sure, I would be happy to. Please.
What you're glossing as a pinup was multiple photos of completely naked women.
Okay, I literally... I was like, somehow I feel like these are not just Betty Boop posters, dude.
In close-up. The woman had, sexist graffiti, and one of her male coworkers thrust his leg in between her legs. I don't think, is there a little bit of rowdiness to men? Yeah.
Okay, let's not even attempt to give credence to what the fuck this other woman is saying, please. At work?
Yes, but I think it's actually unfair to men to
put a fucking, Playboy in the bathroom, and there you go. What the fuck are they doing with literal naked? I mean, that's just so stupid.
Kind of pervasive nudity and specific sexist language and physical grabbing as just part of broad male vices that we need more space for in the workforce. And I don't think it's fair to characterize it as she didn't like the pinups.
This is why I am establishing a spectrum of masculine behavior.
All the way from literally probably does sexual assault on a daily basis to someone who just can't control themselves at work and needs to put up naked women while they're working as a mechanic. Obviously.
And I am using that case as my anchor out at one end as the
that is unfathomably dumb, man.
Kind of behavior we can all agree. Sure, okay, yes, by all means, that should be grounds for a lawsuit. Well, let me pose to you another case that I
okay, great.
think you will find a lot more ambiguous. There have been several gender discrimination lawsuits against Wall Street firms in the
Okay. Yeah, do they have even more naked photos on the wall? Furries?
last 20 years, female traders and analysts who say that the men.
Well, the atmosphere, if I'm not mistaken, on the trading floor, from most accounts I've read, are hyper masculine and very discriminatory. So it's like, super fucking Sigma mindset. Grind, grind, grind. Ah!
At Morgan
Slam
Stanley
coke in the bathroom.
make
Have you seen The Wolf of Wall Street?
more money than they do, that the most aggressive traders are given the best clients, and those tend to be men,
And that would be discrimination. You were correct.
and that is discrimination against women. Now,
It's just patently discrimination against women. How you prove that? Probably pretty hard. But I find this to be not a good argument either. I feel like this is obvious.
Now, some of the women in these Wall Street cases can point to incidents that we would describe as sexual harassment. That's
I'm sorry you've never had to deal with that, lady.
some coercion.
The horrible joke has been on my fucking mind this entire time. Holy fuck, what is wrong with me?
Worker grabbed them and kissed them after a drunken work party.
Like,
Oh.
I'm just saying, like, I'm sorry she's never had to deal with
Okay,
that.
that's fine.
She just has to deal with her fantasies. Like,
But some of these women cited as their examples of testosterone-fueled behavior in the workplace, push-up contests. She said the other traders on my team had push-up contests. And this was discriminatory against me because that was a form of team building that I was not able to participate in.
team building.
The real
Literally the wolf on Wall Street. Okay.
problem with these laws is that most masculine behavior falls into the gray area.
Are you about to seriously tell me that that is most masculine behavior? That's what cocaine behavior is. You've got to be kidding me, bro.
Of not clearly illegal, but could be cited by somebody if they filed a gender discrimination
Bro, I would file a suit. I could probably do way more push-ups than any of these fucking losers, and I would still be like, yo, no, I don't want to do that. Can you fucking stop? Go do cocaine in the bathroom and be
lawsuit. So I think managers
a secession movement? They've tried a few of those things, Graham. It didn't work out. Eliminate leadership? Eliminate? What in the fuck? I mean, I think you already hear my opinion on this all the time. I think Netanyahu and all of them need to be tried for war crimes, but I mean, what are you talking about, bro? Secession movement? That is insane.
take that information and they think,
Yeah, this is like, what the
I can
fuck?
get in trouble for having a toxically masculine workplace. I'm not really.
I mean, stop having a toxic masculine workplace then. That what you just described there in both of your extremes to try and create a spectrum, by the way. She tried to create a spectrum, right? She just made a spectrum of retardation, like literally discriminatory, stupid ass behavior that would make me, okay, even me, I think probably a pretty masculine man, be like, what the fuck are y'all doing? Stop.
Ever going to get in trouble for having a toxically feminine workplace. So if there is ever
So good.
in the
so
balance,
what,
I am always going to err on this side.
So for
That's
both of
probably
you,
bad.
what is what is toxic femininity?
I-
If there are distinctive masculine vices, I think we can concede that there are. There's a lot of talk about toxic masculinity. It's a regular subject of discussion. What are the feminine vices
Oh,
in that story?
gossiping.
Okay. Men don't gossip. They do it in a different word. It's just called talk shit. You might have heard of it. The toxic masculine version of that. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Okay. Got it. All right.
Inability to deal with conflict directly, and kind of suppressing conflict and aversion to directness, which naturally in a workplace is a big problem because you need to be able to give direct feedback to people, including negative feedback.
But how would you imagine a landscape where the equivalent, the fairness you have in mind, right, that you think is absent in how men and women are treated. Are you going to have a man sue?
That's all she got? Gossiping? Jesus, this woman is fucking annoying, dude.
For, the hostile work environment, complaining that his female coworkers gossiped too much or didn't argue with him enough?
Or that I was reprimanded for giving what I thought was really straightforward, clear feedback to somebody that she then reported me to HR and said I was being abusive. That happens all the time. All the time. And to be clear, I am advocating for fewer lawsuits, not more. I think probably the best equilibrium is, not every workplace is going to be a good fit for everybody. So why don't we have some workplaces that are more masculine inflected and some that are more feminine, and we'll just not sue each other?
Okay. Let's just tell a bunch of women who get like degrees in, STEM fields that once they spend $300,000 on an education, sorry, you should have thought about the fact that a bunch of dudes are gonna fucking do cocaine in the bathroom and do fucking push-up contests. What do you think? Drop 300 grand on a fucking education that you didn't know this job wouldn't be there for you. Fucking go get fucked. Oh, sorry, you didn't see the toxic masculine workplace where we're gonna have fucking Playboy magazine posters all over the walls. Sorry, lady.
Over it at all. How about that for a deal?
I think some of what you're describing is not
Let's just agree to say no. Yeah.
exclusively feminine, and it's strange to characterize it so strongly in that direction. It's a product of human beings being bad at group dynamics in a variety of ways that men can fail at, women can fail at. And it happens in male-dominated places too, where they're explicitly doing truth-seeking, because it's very hard as a discipline to value the truth more than your own pride. We say sometimes that pride can be, I think, a masculine vice as well as a feminine vice. And both men and women have trouble loving the truth more than they love their image of someone themselves as someone who already knew it.
Is that the primary thing that you think is lost in institutions that undergo what you're calling feminization? The failure to seek truth? I mean, in terms of the actual effects on society writ large, right? Not just, people in the break room, people dealing with HR, but all of society. You are saying that institutions that have this kind of conflict aversion are less likely to just get to the truth.
I think that's right. And I think that's why the harms or perils of feminization have to be examined on a case-by-case basis for each institution and discipline. I think something like 80% of veterinary students are women today.
Are they doing a bad job at treating the
Are
pets?
you worried? Yeah, are you worried?
Do you predict they are, right?
As far as I know, this has not had catastrophic effects.
Why?
Well, actually, Claudia Goldin, the Nobel Prize-winning economist, notes in her book that male veterinarians are more likely to own their own practices, whereas female veterinarians prefer not to because being an owner involves more financial risk and longer and less flexible hours. So the shift from a male-dominated profession to a female-dominated profession in the area of veterinary medicine has led to corporatization, that we've gone from a world where most veterinarians own their own practices to one where most veterinary practices are owned by private equity, which has not been entirely without problems for the
mandatory conscription in the IDF is not Zionist.
Pets and farm animals of America. But
Yeah, this lady is just making me want to fucking smash my head into my desk right now. Just as hard as possible. My God, bro. Fix your hair.
I'm willing to state
What in the fuck is this?
that corporatization aside, the feminization of veterinary medicine has not led to the collapse of society and is
Feminization of ordinary medicine? Is that what you just said?
farm animals of America. But I am willing to state that corporatization aside, the feminization of veterinary medicine has not led to the collapse of society and is unlikely to do so. I think it's
The feminization of veterinary medicine? I say mandatory minimum military service is more of a reaction grant. And because, Israel did have to fight a few wars, right? You're aware of that? And they don't have a lot of people there. So you probably have to remember that Israel Grand is trying to tell me how Israel's evil.
Basically fine.
What's the protective element there? Or what can be learned from veterinary medicine to take into white collar work, right? It just seems odd that you're describing this general dynamic that women, you say, would undermine completely the rule of law, that will lose the rule of law in our lifetimes when women become a majority of lawyers. If it's that stark in law, I'd expect, if your claim is true, some erosion in veterinary medicine or pharmacy, which is also dominated by women and where you can track the failures because people die.
I would not expect to see a catastrophic effect from feminization in veterinary medicine. I don't know why
is that because
why is that hard to see?
Well,
let me maybe reframe it in a way that will make a point that seems very obvious to me clear to the people at this table. If there are more female historians than male historians, that will have some effects on what gets studied in history. You will have more social history and feminist history and a lot less military history and economic history. Now, I'm willing to say that that's sort of fine, and then maybe the old male-dominated history profession did not enough social history. And we can all probably agree that the correct balance for the history profession is a little bit of each. That's kind of a neutral result of feminization. On the other hand, the fact that certain areas of inquiry are ruled out of bounds in history now or in psychology now,
It's to do with evil.
because they are too controversial.
With evil.
That, which is what wokeness is, seems like a genuine problem. That's not just feminization has caused some changes. Some of them are good and some of them are bad, and we all need to learn how to live with the world being different now. That's a bad thing because it involves history or psychology not doing what it is supposed to do, which is pursue the
So would I. I would love to see the truth that she's talking about. The truth that somehow a bunch of coked up dudes on the trading floor asking women to do push-up contests is not like somehow discriminatory. And really fucking annoying. Like, really fucking annoying. You just did the push-ups, bitch.
truth.
Don't you think, though, that there have been a lot of moments and eras in history when institutions have failed catastrophically at the task of truth-seeking? And this is, I mean, just in terms of the overall societal consequences, right? The stakes
That's kind of
of this argument. We're not just talking about, sort of workplace
truth
dynamics,
is a
right? We're
continuum?
talking about academia failing.
Okay, well, truth is a continuum. So if you feel like you found the truth, you may just be like a flat earther, right? I'm immediately suspect of people who are like, it's like, someone who does acid for the first time and then they're like, I figured out the universe. And you're like, oh my, can you shut the fuck up, bro? You literally were high. You were poisoned. You don't fucking understand the fifth dimension in Mother God in the ethers. Fuck up.
To
So
solve
it's a continuum.
serious problems. Journalists failing to report the whole truth about the world, right? Like, this is your critique of feminization. I think it is a reasonable critique of things that wokeness did. But you can find plenty of historical case studies where regimes, systems, forms of government did all the kinds of things that you're bemoaning under entirely male-dominated conditions.
I am baffled by people who think that a litany of male failures is some kind of rebuttal. Not to say that you're making a bad point. I think you're making a very sensible point.
You can tell me I'm making a bad point. It's not a litany of male failures. It's the kind of male failures. Like, if the stakes here are feminized institutions don't adequately seek truth, but it seems to be that there are many situations where institutions fail to seek truth under male domination, why are we assuming that it is the female element in particular?
One counterexample of male failure and male failure to seek truth that gets thrown back at me a lot is the Red Scare.
I have issue with his word evil. And while Grand is correct in a way about early Zionism being somewhat nationalistic and probably based on the wrong principles, I think we have very different ideas of what that means in contemporary Israel. Why is this fucking string like this? Will fucking end you. The string is bent a little, so it's not fucking sitting in my goddamn saddle. Oh. You know what? I'm just gonna send it. I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna send it. I am 31, my friend. Old as fuck. See. No. Thank you.
Scare. How can you say that women are the only people who ever do witch hunts? Think about McCarthyism. And without wanting to get too deep into the Joe McCarthy did nothing wrong rabbit hole, that is not the point that I'm making today. Let me make instead a different point, which is that I think that McCarthyism was actually in many ways quite masculine. Think about loyalty oaths. The whole reason why university systems and schools and other institutions wanted to have loyalty oaths, which are sort of the banner phenomenon of McCarthyism, is because they said we simply cannot have an ongoing atmosphere of suspicion and rumor and sort of witch hunting. We need to have some clarity. So we will have a loyalty oath, and everybody who takes it will be fine, and everybody who doesn't take it that'll be a problem. But
they won't be fine.
They won't be fine.
They won't. They won't participate
in the argument. Then it will be done.
Right.
Then it will be finished, and it will be all out in the open. And the criteria for deciding whether or not somebody is a communist will be known, and we will evaluate them in kind of a straightforward, objective way. So that was, in some ways, a male witch hunt.
Right.
But it operated by masculine.
Are diversity statements the same kind of thing? It's a loyalty oath about the aims of the institution. It's a masculine attempt to put an end to feminine gossiping in the universities?
Yeah, I think the thing that offends a lot of people about diversity statements, especially for new applicants to jobs, is that it's not a clear ticking the box. Are you gonna treat people fairly or not? It's show me how much you care about diversity. Prove to me that you are really on board with this wokeness.
By your defense of the communist loyalty.
Okay, so real quick, does this lady not understand that what she just said doesn't engage with the idea itself? It just describes a preference of implementation? Because what she just did there was very stupid. Just because companies aren't implementing what should be, seems like she's putting diversity on like a positive thing here. So why is your argument not let's make those better? Why is your argument that's kind of icky? Does she not realize how stupid she is right now when she said that?
It's the same kind
about diversity statements, especially for new applicants to jobs, is that it's not a clear ticking the box. Are you gonna treat people fairly or not? It's show me how much you care about diversity. Prove to me that you are really on board with this wokeness.
By your defense of the communist loyalty oaths, if it were less of a discursive essay and more of a signing a statement of principles, which some people could sign and you possibly could not, that would feel like more of a masculine policing of the bounds in which a rough and tumble of academia seeking truth within certain definitions could flourish. Is that right?
I think the existence of a woke university that wanted all of its faculty and prospective faculty to sign on to some kind of clear statement of principles, yeah, okay. And maybe it would be one that would be super DEI and I couldn't sign it. But I would be okay with that. What I would not be okay with is people intruding DEI statements into, for example, the accreditation of law schools. And to be a valid law school in the United States, you have to teach everyone DEI as part of their legal ethics training. I think accreditation is about, are you a valid law school or a valid university? And so let's leave politics out of it altogether.
Right. But the temptation to not leave politics out of it altogether, again, it just seems to me it may manifest in some different ways in environments where you have more women in leadership positions versus more men. But there is still a similar impulse to police speech and debate. But I want to pose a question for Leah rather than just arguing with Helen. So the truth-seeking question, right? So you agree with Helen, institutions should be truth-seeking.
Yes.
Right. Especially in medicine, law, like the professions that have, I think, been most feminized in terms of the number of women entering into them. To what extent is truth-seeking in those professions or other places contingent on a certain degree of intensive competition within those institutions? And I think you can see the follow-up question, which is that the idea of care, dependency, I think you could say almost necessarily makes some institutions less hyper-competitive, right? The New York Times has incredibly generous, I'm not just saying this because my corporate overlords want me to, we have incredibly generous maternity and paternity leave. Mm-hmm. And when I confronted after we had
U.S. policy in the formation of the State of Israel was not really that big of a deal. America hated Jewish people. What are you talking about? We literally sent Jews back. We didn't care. It's a pain in the ass right now, man.
Our most recent child, the incredibly generous paternity leave package, I was like, well, if I take all of this, I'm going to fail as an employee, right? In some way, I'm going to become less competitive as a newspaper columnist among other newspaper columnists if I take this amount of time off. Are there professions that you look at and you're like, honestly, I don't think, I wouldn't want this profession to be required to have this amount of maternity leave because it would cut into its competitive edge?
It's not competitiveness that I see as the main hindrance. Here's where I would tell someone not to work if they want a family, which I think is doing good work, but in a method that isn't compatible with family life and isn't plausibly going to become compatible. It's SpaceX, which I admire a lot, which iterates very quickly, and for the whole beginning of its company had such a tight runway that each individual rocket meant possibly the end of the company. There are some things you can take on where your responsibilities are so total that they don't leave you room to say yes to someone or something else. Monastic life is also like this, but there are fewer massive explosions, hopefully. But I think those are rare. And I think there's a tendency for many employers to see what a company like SpaceX can ask and think, well, I'd kind of like that much of my employee's life too, without actually having a business model that depends on it without doing anything nearly as ambitious as they are.
Okay, but I want to push you on that point, right? So we started out, or I started out talking about visions for how conservatives engage with gender difference. And I think a lot of conservatives listening to your narrative might say, well, I don't think it is just SpaceX, right? I think there's a lot of zones in American life, from the tool factory and the car dealership all the way up to Elon Musk's landscape, right? Where there is a certain kind of ruthless competitiveness that is important to the truth seeking that is the work of capitalism, right? And that maybe there is some room for being more solicitous of female difference and dependency in the workforce. But if you go too far, you're just losing that edge.
This is also a dumb fucking. Come on, where's the hole? There we go. Complete the verification. Unable to verify. What? Slide the puzzle into the piece? What the fuck is that, dude?
You're not just, you can't sort of segment it off and say, if you work for Elon Musk, you don't get maternity leave, but everywhere else you do. There's a larger culture here that is endangered by sort of making the workplace bend more to dependence.
I think part of it is that you, in any kind of
Lord.
work, in any kind of truth-seeking work, you have to be realistic about your materials that you work with. Like SpaceX, deeply rooted in truth about its materials, cares a lot about exactly what can this steel take, what will happen to this particular part of the heat shield. But I think many employers and workplaces are not interested in the reality of the materials of the human beings they work with. And there is something unjust about building a system that chews people up and then tosses them on the scrap heap, or chews up their fertile years, promising them egg freezing and ignoring the fact that tends not to pan out. But by the time that happens, they won't be working there anymore, and it'll be their problem, not yours, right? So what does it mean as a steward of your employees? It means being realistic that people are fragile. They have other people who depend on them. They themselves can get sick, injured, pregnant, and a responsive...
I'm over here just like, what are you talking about, lady? Do you have a kid with Elon Musk or something? What the fuck is going on here? You trying to keep your alimony or what? What is happening? Where did the dick sucking come from there? What the hell just happened?
Workforce will have ways of responding in justice to that.
Helen, what do you make of Leah's vision? It seems like your argument, in effect, is that corporate America and American institutions are too solicitous of female vices. Is there a way that they could become less solicitous of those vices, but more solicitous of the female distinctives that Leah is championing?
No, I think this is one area where Leah and I probably really agree that employers need to be solicitous of the people who work for them and take care of them. But there's a big problem with doing that as things stand right now, and it is anti-discrimination law. A good employer, if you've got a protege that you care about, and she's a woman, a caring person is going to sit her down and say, I think if you want to have kids, you should probably choose a career track that allows you to shift to part-time midway through so that you can have children and you should avoid a career track that's kind of all or nothing, that's going to burn through and not allow for part-time work during your childbearing years. Right now, that conversation is illegal. I mean, it happens all the time because, of course, you'll naturally have that conversation with people that you care about because you want them.
All right. Deadly? I bet you trust me. You don't want it. You want to know what that sounded like? Oh my god! I have it kind of like tightened, right? Because you have to stretch the strings. So this is what it would sound like. You sure you want to hear this? It's gonna sound like ass. How you like me now, baby? See if I can actually make it sound good. I don't even know what tuning this is. No, they're tight. They're tight. That was awesome, bro.
Be
You
happy.
like that?
But if you talk to a female subordinate that way and have that conversation with her when you don't have the same conversation with men, hopefully she won't sue you, but if she decides to, you're in big trouble because that's a problem.
Yeah, literally, I have never had this issue. If you don't interact with people like some fucking weirdo, bro, this is not an issue. Who the fuck are you talking about? And if it's who I think you're talking about, it's the dudes who actually. Why would I pay a professional to? I'm not fixing it. Fran, you need to change the strings under your guitar often. What do you mean fix? I think I broke it. No. I just have suspicion. Who this woman's husband is? She doesn't have a husband, bro. She's forever thinking of fantasies. We already know this. There's no way this woman has a husband. She's literally like, someone please sexually assault me. Like, then I can feel what other women feel. Like, I shit you not, bro. There are days when I'm just like walking around cruising, being me. And then out of nowhere, I'm just reminded of what it's like to be a woman sometimes. I swear to God. Where you're just like, what is this dude doing? And it is at like a dinner place or something, and some fucking dude is like straight up. I'm just like, I don't know. I'm like really aware, I think. It's unfortunate for me. So I'm constantly scanning my surroundings, and just the behavior that people do when they think they're like just right in some like the server's ass, bro. And I'm just like, what are you doing, bro? Like, just sometimes I'm reminded of what it's like to be a woman. And this woman, I don't think has encountered that.
So I think we should make it more
That's
possible
awful, but
for employers to have the kind of conversation that I just described. And the problem is that right
Stupid one?
now,
Okay.
it's the constraints on frank discussion that HR and these lawsuits have created make those kinds of
Once again, I'm noticing a trend now. Does anyone else notice what she's doing? Is she actually non-binary? No. I've always been. I mean, everyone has like different insecurities, right? That's just a reality that we all have to live with. For me, nothing like that. No, I don't really have insecurities when it comes to other people. I think I have more internal ones, unfortunately for me. I mean, how do you come to realize it without asking yourself? I think semantics there, though, right? Let's tune it.
Really sensible conversations that you, Leah, probably want employers to have. Impossible.
This gets to a larger question that I have for both of you, which
Okay.
is that there is something about the post-industrial economy that, as far as I can tell, and this shows up in multiple societies, it doesn't just happen in the United States, right? It seems to produce a lot of jobs that women thrive in. And it produces fewer jobs that maybe, let's say, fulfill the kind of warrior protector mode, right? And these are crude stereotypes, but I think we can look around the economic landscape and see them vindicated to some extent. And I'm just a little bit skeptical, therefore, that, if you stripped away certain aspects of anti-discrimination law, right? Or if you can look at Europe. Europe offers lots and lots of maternity
What was that
benefits
camera
and
shot?
all of these things.
Wait a minute. What was that camera shot that just happened?
Not a structural consistent for family habits, and offers lots and lots of. Isn't there just sort of the world of the 21st century wants women in certain jobs?
I agree that
Oh my God. Literally. This has been changed over time. It depends. This is a social thing. It's been renegotiated. What are we doing, bro? You're so close, man. Society pushes men and women towards roles that they presuppose. It's just that simple. Caretaker, things like that are more common for women. No, I'm not going to watch a video of that fucking awful woman. I gave you some information, Gran. If you really want to understand Israel-Palestine. Wavery. Forward. Right now. I know the writer and I know the book. I recommended better books for you. Right there, maybe? But she doesn't do any. There we go. It's actually fucking sharp. This one. Come in. Sharp. Somehow. That one's good. Wait. More. Seems about the same. I am going to fucking. Come on. Sharp. Almost done. There we go. We're good.
Economy has fewer, though not no, places for, kind of founders with brio. And a lot of places for people to work a comfortable job, just in the way that consolidation works. But I think it's a mistake also to look at work as the primary space to express the warrior spirit. I think everyone, whether they have family or not, should not think about bringing their whole self to work or being fully fulfilled at work. If you are a young man who has a boring entry-level job where you fill out forms, there's probably a ceiling on how exciting that's going to get for you. You should do something interesting in your community, like in the same way an Eagle Scout would, but now you've got to do it yourself. Clean up an entire park, construct an amphitheater for the local high school.
Are we even talking about feminism anymore? What is happening, bro? What is fucking happening? I thought we were having a academic conversation about feminism. Which, by the way, feminism is like pretty straightforward, I think. The acknowledgement and equal rights. Sorry, the acknowledgement of discrimination and equal rights for women when necessary or when it seems like they should be there. That's it. Wow. So hard. I don't know what all this complex fucking garbage is.
I think we make a mistake in seeing the workplace as the primary space we work out our cultural foibles versus you're free to do good things in the rest of your life. And in fact, you're freer to take ownership.
Anything that tries to say revelations is a little sus. Again, I'm very confused, man. The G string. I fucking hate guitar strings, actually, so none of them are a pain in the ass. Grand. Nationalism was very popular in this time, like the 1920s mainly. Okay, so the U.S. had its own nationalist movement. We had quite a large nationalist movement in this country with politicians and everything. It was the popular thing at the time. What is the point of this? This is not that the U.S. actually helped Israel. We did look at nationalist movements, that's for sure. But there was two in the area. There was a Palestinian national movement, and there was also a Zionist Israeli one, which I think around like 1914 is when fighting between the groups started getting more severe. So what is the point? No, it wouldn't have. That's a funny joke.
Of a project that can fail and take risk on outside the workplace, especially as a young person.
But don't you agree that to some degree you're suggesting that the workplace is not fitted for women in certain profound ways, but women, in Western culture,
it's not fit for men either, bro. Fuck work.
have a myriad of choices, right, before them relative to the constraints imposed on both sexes in the past. And they are choosing in large numbers this ill-fitting, from your perspective, choice. Like, yes, of course, absolutely. You can have fulfillment and validation outside the workforce. Nonetheless, it is the case that lots and lots of women graduate college every year and enter willingly into the system and the structure that you're arguing is hostile to their nature and biology to some degree,
So,
not completely,
no.
right?
What I was going to say is,
right.
I think it's hostile to yours too, Ross, because you're a human being who will one day die. And what I claim is, at the most basic, is that when we start our
She started off good. Yeah, patriarchy actually has negatives and detriments to men too. I don't know why she chose human.
idea of the human person as someone who's autonomous, who's free to do things, who's unconstrained by other people's needs, women get caught first,
Right.
as being
We are literally not. Patriarchy means that there are constraints on men.
people, not autonomous individuals. Men get caught later.
Right. But it hits women first and hardest.
Yes. And I think you see the cost not in women not succeeding in the workplace, but in the continual delay and decrease in number of marriages and pushing back of childbearing.
Right.
At a time when people say they want more children than they're having and are missing out.
But women do also, you can see this in polling, there is a shift in priorities where women, especially in polls in the last 20 years, are more likely to prioritize work and less likely to prioritize family, right? So again, they are sort of accepting and embracing this structure that you are arguing is ill-fitted for them. Where is that impulse coming from?
Yeah, where is my respect for revealed preferences,
Yes.
right? Yeah. I think part of the issue is we have a lot more scripts for how to succeed at work than how to succeed at family life and forming marriages. And we see people forming marriages later with fewer kids because they have fewer on-ramps, and the on-ramps they have are bad, right? The prevalence of pornography, the increase in online dating with the endless swiping and consumerism is bad. So you can say, well, look at people's revealed preferences. I put an endless carousel of pornography and profiles in front of them, and I put a relatively straightforward work path, and they're picking the work path. Do you respect that? And my answer is, well, let's try it again, but without those things on the table.
Helen, tell me about what happens in a world where you get the changes that you want.
Oh.
Yes, such a world, right? But just specifically in terms of how women enter the workforce and how the
This video sucks.
workforce changes as a
All right.
result. Your argument is
Huh? Obviously, Zionist forces look for arms and means from other countries. Yeah. The U.S. support for the creation of Israel was not uniformly across the U.S. I don't know what the fuck reality you're trying to spin right now. Still talking about Sydney Sweeney. My jeans are blue. Does that say dank, right? Am I reading that correctly? On the dank, right? What the fuck? Is there anything good to watch besides your Grand? You have another video. That's fine. No.
On these issues. Together, these executive orders, the congressional reforms, and the efforts by the services and department leadership, many of which are already underway, will enable 5 broad transformations. 1, inspire American industry to become a wartime industrial base that focuses on speed and volume through reliable demand and adaptable business practices for current partners and new entrants alike. 2, unleash the defense, industrial, and government workforces by incentivizing progress over process.
Grand, that's not going to work on me. Come on now.
3, bias new acquisition and requirements processes for speed, flexibility, and efficiency. And 4, championing technical excellence and higher risk thresholds to accelerate high performance production. And 5, provoke war speed or warp speed by procuring rapidly and sustaining readily, cost effectively as the default, not the exceptions. So in short, those are broad principles. We mean to increase acquisition risk in order to decrease operational risk. Let me say that again. We mean to increase acquisition risk in order to decrease operational risk.
Okay. I'm not really sure. Oh, what happened? Actually, I don't know. Is that too personal? You know what you need to do, Reclusi? You need to attack first.
In short, those are broad principles. We mean to increase acquisition risk,
which means invade or something,
in order to decrease operational risk.
I don't think Hegseth remembers what it's like after you invade something, how fucking expensive and difficult it is to maintain somewhere.
Let me say that again. We mean to...
I never called it anti-Semitic. Yeah, well, surely you're never going to be a Pete Hegseth. Ah, an avoidant. An avoidant, eh? Kook? You mean with a K? Kook? I'm sorry, Gran.
To increase acquisition risk in order to decrease operational risk. By taking greater calculated risk in how we build, buy, and maintain our systems, we will gain speed to more quickly provide capabilities to the battlefield. An 85% solution in the hands of our armed forces today is
Holy fuck, that was funny. Over there. How am I even supposed to do that? Fucking throw my bowl of cereal?
Is infinitely better than an unachievable 100% solution, endlessly undergoing testing or awaiting additional technological development. These are of no use to troops in harm's way. So to the men and women of this department, both military and civilian, who work on acquisition.
You're an avoidant.
And our industry partners, let me say this, you are not our enemies in this effort, but you are our allies. You are Obi-Wan Kenobi. You are...
I mean, so does everyone. I'm pretty bad about that stuff, too.
Only hope.
I grew up very alone, so birthdays and things like that, I'm not really good at. I forget my own birthday.
I hear this. I hear the frustrations of the senseless bureaucracy, the constraints. I hear it every day. You know there is waste. You know there is abuse. You know there are outdated, useless, and silly regulations that squander taxpayer money. You also have ideas to help us defend the United States better, to reform our processes for the better, to make our processes more responsive to the needs of the warfighter. As we move forward, we need your help and your help as we transform.
What is Hegseth even saying right now? I don't like. What is the point of this?
Form this effort. As I said,
he's just a D-level person, again in an A-level position. This dude is a major with no ribbons, nothing, and he's out here just like firing generals. This dude is a fucking cosplaying loser.
Said at Quantico, consider yourself hereby liberated. In transforming the acquisitions process within the Pentagon, we will build on the tenets of restoring the warrior ethos, rebuilding the military, and reestablishing deterrence. We cannot achieve the last two without infusing the first throughout the acquisitions ecosystem, including the boardrooms, the labs, and the factories of our indispensable industry partners. The first step in achieving the warrior ethos, as I emphasized at Quantico, requires that we expect the same from our partners. It's imperative.
Okay, what does that mean? Aren't these private contractors?
I'm
getting sense of fascism right now. Oh, you can be private as long as you do what the state says.
That industry focus on hiring and promoting.
Oh yeah, I mean Trump is more than just a leader. That's how fascism. One of the big parts of fascism is that the leader is more than just a leader. He's the movement, right?
Individuals based on merit and not on some garbage ideological standard. DEI has failed at every level of every organization.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. You know what else has failed? Trying to find the Smurfs on the fucking moon too. I don't. What the fuck does this comment even mean?
In our
failed how?
System of acquisition, we all serve the men and women in uniform and are accountable to the American taxpayer, but we all have a specific role. The Pentagon establishes expectations and outcomes and accountability. Industry provides the talent, the innovation, and the agility.
Just industry?
And the capacity that allows us to meet our goals.
But private companies? Is that why we're selling an extra 2 times, what, $256 billion worth of military equipment to Saudi Arabia now? Or is that our goal? What the fuck are we doing?
As with our warriors, the performance standards that industry needs to meet must be high and unwavering.
Sick, bro. I want vending machines in every classroom. All right, if you vote me for class president, I'm going to make Friday every day. Recess all day. It's like,
Tolerance for underperformance and failure, low. And the imperative for continuous.
Tolerance for failure, low. Less than low. Negative. Negative failure.
Improvement, relentless. To achieve these goals, it's paramount that human capital decisions across the
You mean just decisions?
entire warfighting acquisitions enterprise are predicated upon merit.
So, like, if they're good or bad? Wow. That was a really annoying sentence to know whether or not you tried to say, we should make decisions if they're good. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, this is what happens when you take a thesaurus, you know? When you literally are like, in every single word that you write, you're like, good. How do we change the word good? No, make it recherche. Like, stop doing this.
And optimally enable the recruitment, retention, and mobility of our nation's best talent.
So, recruit more soldiers? Fine.
Just as I told the uniform ranks, personnel is policy.
Cool, man.
So too in acquisition. Human capital decisions.
Wouldn't that just invalidate what you just said, though?
Decisions focused on hiring, promoting, rewarding, and accountability will directly determine the success of acquisitions reform.
So hiring good people will end up benefiting us with good decisions to make better equipment.
And more importantly, whether or not we save our republic. That's how important.
Okay, I have no idea how we got here. Deciding whether or not to use a certain fucking metal in a Reaper drone, a new one, new drone fighting technology, saves our republic? Are you fucking kidding me?
It is.
Fucking insufferable.
The time for half measures, it's been over for decades. As Secretary Rumsfeld's speech reminds us. We're taking bold and swift action to transform requirements development, overhaul our acquisitions process, and enhance foreign military sales. But we're not just doing this in silos.
Oh, I know. Saudi Arabia is getting our most advanced Q4 Reaper drones now for some reason. It's just like, I wonder what that $600 billion deal was then. Do you think Saudi Arabia just like purchased that from Trump to be like, yeah, give us more better military equipment?
The development of this transformation has prioritized civil-military collaboration at every step, ensuring both our civilian and military leaders across the services and the joint staff directly contributed to the development of the core.
Hey, man. Wasn't it always a comet? But just like had a trail of extremely unusual metals coming off of it? I mean, what separates a comet from like a small what separates a comet from something small?
Coordination of this overhaul. This was not OSW sitting in a room thinking up ideas. Right? This was collaborative across the Pentagon with the services and the joint staff to figure out how we can make this happen. This is a team effort at the Pentagon. not a hostile takeover.
Is that why you're firing literally every single fucking person known to man there? Does this dude think that he's like clever? I mean,
5 overarching transformative pillars that form the foundation on the procurement process.
Okay.
First, we will stabilize demand signals.
Wow. Okay. Someone needs to tell this man that demand signals is not a fucking word in economics. You can just leave it at demand.
We will award companies bigger, longer contracts for proven systems.
Okay. Inflation says that will be true no matter what. The longer contract part, I'm not so sure that would matter. I don't know why. What if they make something that's not good and we just sunk like a bunch of money into a longer contract for no reason? Why?
So those companies will be confident in investing more to grow the industrial base that supplies our weapons.
Great. We'll give them more money with less strings attached. Got it.
Systems more and faster.
If you're doing longer contracts, how in the fuck would that be faster? Am I fucking deaf? What is happening?
Second, we will prioritize the purchase of industry-driven solutions, commercial solutions.
What does that even mean? Is this just a long rant to say that we're going to give private contractors even more money from the government?
First, that meet our needs.
Commercials, yeah. This is literally just private companies are paying Trump to fucking give more government money, more debt security. Let's go. Take more of the fucking U.S. wealth.
Faster, even if that means bids do not meet every requirement.
What?
It means that we will be open to buying the 85% solution and iterate together over time to achieve the 100% solution. It also means there will be no non-compliant bids. Third, we will empower our program leaders with the control, expertise, and authority to direct program outcomes, to move money and quickly adjust.
Okay. You know how we spend $1 bajillion for a circuit board in the military? Like straight up, a stupid fucking piece of like nothing sometimes. My brother would tell me about this because he was in the Navy and he was a electrical engineer on the Sea, what is it called? Sea Missile. US, it's a NATO missile. It's the Sea Sparrow, this guy, RIM-7. And he's like, when I'd have to order a fucking circuit board or some part for this, he's like, it's pretty much like 2 cents at any hardware store, but it would cost $100,000 to replace it because it was private military made, contracted. So if you thought that sounds ridiculous, I can't wait until it's 150 now, I guess, is what Pete Hegseth wants.
Just the priority of required system performance.
Right? Like, I mean, it's probably more expensive now. That's how it is a lot. That's how it is in the military for a lot of things because, I mean, if you have one company that can make these super stringent quality standards, extensive testing, blah, 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 like straight up, my brother would tell me they're just normal fucking circuit boards. There's nothing crazy about them besides a few ones, right? But the vast majority of them are not crazy, but one company makes it. So you know what they do? If they look around and go, wow, no one else fucking cares that we're the only company making it. Are you even in a capitalist system then? Do we even have private enterprise? If there is no other company that can fucking make this stupid ass circuit board, can we even call it capitalism? Why the fuck are we acting like it's private capitalism at this point?
To deliver on time and under budget.
It's literally just a few people taking tons of profit then.
Fourth, we will inject urgency and excellence into the DIB. The Department of War will only do business with industry partners that share our priority of speed and volume above all else, who are willing to surge American manufacturing at the speed of ingenuity to deliver rapidly and reliably for our warfighters. And fifth, regulatory reform. We will remove excessive and burdensome FAR and DFARS rules, reporting requirements, accounting standards, excessive.
Remove accounting standards? What does that mean? Why would you get rid of something called accounting standards? Especially if it involves the U.S. military that already can't keep track of its fucking debt.
Excessive testing oversight, excessively long studies. And analysis, anything that unnecessarily slows down government contracts will be eliminated.
Oh, great. Sick. Now we're going to spend billions and trillions of dollars in the military at light speed.
So the bottom line is this. These changes will move us from the current prime contractor-dominated system defined by limited competition, vendor lock, cost-plus contracts, stressed budgets, and frustrating protests to a future powered by a dynamic vendor space that accelerates production by combining investment at a commercial pace.
So the same thing, but with less strings attached? Do you think, like, the average American's going to make a fucking Raytheon company and compete with them in this space, buddy? What are we talking about?
With the uniquely American ability to scale quickly.
This guy has no idea what he's talking about.
Taken together, we will rebuild the defense industrial base into a new arsenal of freedom.
That doesn't make sense.
What we're doing today marks a new horizon for how we acquire and deliver warfighting capabilities. We are prioritizing speed, flexibility, competition, and calculated risk-taking. We will buy commercial solutions to the maximum extent possible.
As opposed to what? As opposed to... I mean, as opposed to what? I mean, look where most of the money goes anyway, bro. Like, what are we talking about?
Practicable, and will ensure our...
Practicable? Practicable. Huh? You mean practicable? What is practicable? What is that word? Does he mean practicable?
Solutions to the maximum extent possible. Practicable.
He's like, fucking stupid speechwriter, put in some fucking difficult word. What the fuck is this word?
And will ensure our systems can produce at scale and relentlessly focus.
Dude, he's beaming the fucking sheet too. He's like, what the fuck are these?
Focus on delivering modern lethal weapons to our warfighters. End of story. To fix this entire process,
okay, if you should have ended the story there, right?
We need to fix the heart of it all, which is requirements. For decades, our requirements process, under the name, and you know it well, Joint Capabilities Integration.
So boring. This dude leads my military, Grant. It may be boring, but this dude is dangerous. So yeah, I have to listen to him. He said something earlier in this, by the way, that it was so fucking funny. He said implacable instead of placate. Implacable. He said implacable, if I'm not mistaken. What the fuck? This shit's so fun. It's so good.
Union, but that enemy is long gone. The foe I'm talking about is more subtle and implacable.
This dude is purging our military right now, which is, in my opinion, very scary. But like, implacable with that straight face, dude.
I'm gone. The foe I'm talking about is more subtle and implacable.
Holy fuck, bro, I'm dead. Implacable. Jesus fucking Christ. Implacable.
We need to fix the heart of it all, which is requirements. For decades, our requirements process, under the name, and you know it well, Joint Capabilities Integration Development System, or JCIDS, has become an inefficient bureaucratic system in need of a complete overhaul. Which is why today, at my direction, we are transforming the department's process for joint requirements determination, re-envisioning.
He said something that makes sense to me. So this is how we choose who's going to be making and getting government contracts. We are redoing what?
Envisioning the department's process for joint requirements. At my direction, we are transforming the department's process for joint requirements determination.
Okay. I don't trust this guy to do any of this properly, but how? It looks like it already does what he says, but better and with actual words that make sense. It looks like it does already what he's been yapping about, but in better wording and more, like detailed. What exactly is he going to change?
Re-envisioning the requirements process is a decisive step.
Re-envisioning it how? It looks pretty complex and intense to me. 4 review boards, number of other organizations. I mean, what are you going to change, dude? Are you going to make a better fucking graph than this? I don't think so. Fucking the only thing you could make is probably like some 5th grader fucking book review art.
In rebuilding the nation that once led the world in turning ideas into combat power.
Okay, that makes no sense. It doesn't matter.
Thoughts into lethality. I am canceling JCIDS.
He's canceling what? J6? The J6 committee? This one? No, the fucking... Isn't this the treaty with Iran and stuff? Oh my God.
Which moved at the speed of paperwork, not war. To put it...
He's canceling this? Is that re-envision or is that just canceling? What are we doing? JCIDS, that's what he said. Overview, D1. What does JCIDS do? D1, okay, right here. Joint Capabilities Integration and Development System. I thought he just said 2 seconds ago we're re-envisioning it.
Which is why today, at my direction, we are transforming the department's process for joint requirements determination. Re-envisioning the requirements process is a decisive step in
re-envisioning. Got it. Okay, so the next word is what?
The nation that once led the world in turning ideas into combat power, thoughts into lethality. I am canceling JCIDS.
That doesn't sound like re-envisioning to me. It sounds like being retarded.
Which moved at the speed of paperwork.
Okay, a lot of paperwork is necessary in the military. Not everyone can be as fucking caveman as this. How do we know how we're going to spend money without paperwork, buddy? What does JCIDS do? Operates through organizational structure defined in Enclosure B, provides the baseline for documentation review and validation of capability requirements. So what are you going to replace it with? Nothing?
Not war. To put it plainly,
oh my God, dude. Not war. Clever.
JCIDS became a years-long bureaucratic anchor that dragged us down while our adversaries surged ahead with purpose and precision.
Do you think China doesn't have paperwork? What is happening? You think China just fucking doesn't do paperwork?
Precision. JCIDS was focused on defining systems requirements, staffing them through countless oversight boards,
or just staffing them in general,
and then locking them down while threats and technologies continued to evolve.
Okay.
To validate requirements documents, JCIDS often took over 300 days. Yes, 300 days.
Okay, so I do have a question. I'm not really familiar with JCIDS. Okay. But like, are you not able to try and get validation before you're done? And for urgent or emergent needs, it looks like you could get it done in 15 to 31 days. And it depends on what you're trying to do. So the ICD is about 516 days. The CCD is about 336. The operations rapid requirement document is 200. And if you need to, you can do a 15-day adjudication process. Is it safe to assume that he's not telling us the full truth? Yeah, probably. Yeah. I mean, did I expect him to fucking do that? No, not really. Let's read some actual people's criticisms of the JCIDS, I guess. Okay. To me, it seems like it can be improved. It looks like it performs pretty well for certain things, and then it varies based on what product we're doing or long-term thing. It looks like it could be improved. Well, why do I get myself into doing this? For the analysis, the team observed a variety of interpretations of how to write an ICD. Is there a bottom conclusion section? Since 2002, the JSIDS process has been refined and enhanced. There appears to be a convergence in the formatting and content of many ICD JCD since 2008. Looks like they've formulated a bunch of proposals to try and make it a little bit better, but could be improved. Fine. Oh, and gives explanations and usage context for a bunch of stuff. Do you think Pete Hegseth would probably refer to that? Or is he just going to jerk off on this stage right now?
To close to 1 whole year just to approve a single document. By the time it
Wouldn't it matter what the document says?
got stamped, and it probably was stamped, the threat had changed and the warfighters' needs had shifted. The process was so complicated that there is a 400-page manual, instruction manual, just to understand it, imposing endless templates and layers for review.
Okay, reading is hard. This is why you're a major and not a general with participation trophies. Oops.
JSIDS had dozens of reviewers and sign-offs and hundreds of comments to approve a single document. It's its own ecosystem.
Okay, and?
Most of which added little to no value.
Isn't that a good thing on something that gets signed off?
We tried to please everyone, so we chased consensus instead of clarity. It became a go-along.
Isn't consensus in this regard probably going to give you the most clear militaristic power?
To get along process.
Why the fuck should we trust one person to figure all this out, man? We're talking about a $1 trillion budget machine here. Somehow I think you're going to spend it all on alcohol.
The result? Overspecified requirements that satisfy everyone and serve no one. A process built to serve the process. Our industry.
Oh, this guy is so could just like read what JSIDS is. I did. It took me like 2 seconds, right? Like, watch. Go to Google, type in JSIDS, and then look at the definition, buddy. You're the director of the military. You tell me you couldn't at least read what it does?
Industry partners know the biggest obstacle isn't technology, it's our processes.
Okay. They're trying to take our money. Are we forgetting that? Let's play that again.
Our industry partners know
our industry partners, as in private companies,
the biggest obstacle isn't technology.
No, the biggest obstacle isn't technology. How funny. It still is.
It's our processes.
But imagine not having a process to make sure that private companies are not just taking billions, tens of billions of dollars and doing nothing with it. Isn't that what he was just advocating for earlier? What do you want to do? Just give them money for no reason?
Requirements are unclear or overly prescriptive, and even...
Okay, we have it both ways. Requirements are both unclear and overly prescriptive. It's Schrodinger's requirements. Got it.
And contradict themselves.
You literally contradicted yourself in this sentence, and yet somehow the irony is lost on him. I am fucking losing my mind, bro. Oh.
Like that last sentence.
Oh my God. He's even aware of it, bro. What just happened? Do we scratch it out then? Do we not take the sentence seriously? What the fuck just happened?
Technology, it's our processes. Our industry partners know the biggest obstacle isn't technology, it's our processes. Requirements are unclear or overly prescriptive and even contradict themselves, like that last sentence. They're either so rigid that they strangle innovation, or so vague that nobody knows what done actually looks like.
I bet it does to a major with no fucking ribbons who got participation trophies. Probably would.
Contractors waste time guessing instead of building.
Building what?
The result, cost overruns, frustration on both sides, and delayed delivery to the warfighter.
Okay, well, the government needs to make sure that whatever they're doing is good, right?
What industry is asking for is simple. Clear, stable problem statements.
Industry wants more money. That's a fact. I'm okay with industry. But to think that industry just wants clear ways to get money from the United States government so it can build military equipment is kind of obvious. The problem here is that a lot of the times what we get in return is not good. So we put restrictions on it. So we don't waste $25 billion on a fucking helicopter / airplane, the Osprey, that doesn't amount to anything.
Provided early enough to plan, hire, and train the workforce, and then invest in capital modernization. We rarely engage innovators early, and when we do, the process tries to retrofit their ideas into outdated formats.
The ones that work. You know, the ones that tend to have results already.
Existing industry partners who understand the cumbersome process don't even bother to innovate. They know there is no upside.
Or the United States government allows innovation to happen, and we spend tens of billions of dollars on, like, the Osprey, which amounted to nothing.
To innovation. Rigid standards and archaic templates choke the agility that we need. That's why innovation groups exist to bypass JSIDS entirely and to
I don't know. We're just gonna see if that makes any sense. What is this? What do you mean? I am streaming. I am live on TikTok. No. Is this a school? What is this? Yeah, I'm live on TikTok. Actually gets a lot of views on TikTok, believe it or not. What is this? This is gonna make me angry, isn't it? Yeah, not yet. So it is from Stevens Institute of Technology. Okay. This is incorrect. This is incorrect. I literally just read a recommendation report, so I don't know how this is. Maybe it's just older.
Deliver faster.
It probably would.
The lesson is obvious. If we want innovation, and we desperately do, we must build a requirement system that welcomes it instead of smothers it. You can catch a glimpse of where we're moving when it comes to our commitment to acquiring critical munitions and the Golden Dome. Secretary
Oh my God.
Secretary Gates, for example, circumvented the Pentagon process to quickly develop and field the MRAP. Now, we're already moving at wartime speed on both of those.
Is that true? Or did he use the special adjudication? Okay, looks like it probably was because, I'm pretty sure the MRAP was for IED stuff, right? Protected against IED explosions. So he gave it a critical rating to do rapid acquisition. This is for IED explosions, right? Yeah, it's for IED attacks. There was a reason it was expedited, Hegseth, because IEDs was the most common way soldiers were dying, and MRAPs would save lives very quickly. And they were already tested.
Golden Dome munitions working outside the slow bureaucratic process. But we shouldn't have to go outside the process to make it work.
You didn't go outside the process, you stupid fuck. I'm losing my mind. He designated it as like the highest priority within the process.
Urgent needs are met by circumventing it. We can't rely on that. Instead, the entire
He didn't circumvent it.
Process must move at the speed of critical munitions, Golden Dome, and the MRAP.
Except the MRAP is already tested. It's not very complex. It's literally just explosive resistance. Don't really need to do a lot of studying for that, bro. What are we doing? I don't get it.
In short, we can't continue making big promises we can't keep. The people who
like the Golden Dome, you fucking
define what we need aren't linked to the people who control the money or build the systems. So requirements move forward on paper, but the funding and execution don't follow.
Well, funding requires paperwork.
By the way, if folks are watching this on Fox, their eyes are rolling over.
Dude, I'm watching this from my room on my computer on YouTube, and my eyes are permanently staring at the back of my fucking skull.
Everyone in this room understands exactly what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
The result, plans without resources, programs without liftoff, and warfighters waving for capabilities that arrive late or never arrive at all. No feedback loop, no shared priorities, and no accountability.
Yeah.
Until we connect need, money, and delivery under one roof, we keep producing wish lists instead of weapons. President Trump recognized the reality and challenged our department to adopt a wartime mindset, to confront the bloated and inefficient bureaucracy. And that is why today, at my direction, we are undertaking a series of actions that immediately and fundamentally change how we develop requirements, to get capabilities into the hands of our warfighters at speed. We're ending a system that was built for paperwork, not mission. JSIDS is dead, and it was slow and bloated and disconnected from reality, and we will do better. I'm directing the Joint Requirements Oversight Council, the JROC, to stop validating service requirements and to kill the paperwork.
It's pretty good, Mr. Rave Hat. How are you doing?
Culture that buries ideas before they ever
I mean, this video is almost over, so it's about to be much better.
Reach the field. In its place, we're building a new model focused on speed, alignment, and action. We're also reorienting the JROC to start identifying and ranking the joint force's toughest problems, what we call joint operational problems. The problems will drive the priorities for the entire department. That is why today, at my direction, we're standing up 3 new decision forums in place of JSIDs. The first is the Requirements and Resourcing Alignment Board, or
what would you like to discuss?
Or RRAB, a new decision forum co-led by the Deputy Secretary of War and the Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff to tie money directly to those top warfighting priorities. We will ensure the Joint Forces' top problems are funded. We're also creating the Mission Engineering and Integration Activity, or MEIA.
Sounds like paperwork. Is this old? I discuss all of those on my channel. I studied economics, so econometrics. I talk a lot about economics in specific. And this guy's just got to commit to going bald, doesn't he? You're like almost there, buddy. Quit hanging on. Quit hanging on, buddy. You know what I mean? Just send it, dude. What is this fucking website? Is this the right one? Mission engineering. That's like half of it, I guess. I don't. There's a memo. Reforming the joint requirements process. Finance and accounting are much different than economics, so don't feel bad. Finance is like its own field, own ideas outside of economics. Streamline and accelerate the identification of top priority joint force needs. Okay. Earlier and more rigorous engagement with industry. Okay. Greater integration of requirements, determination, and resource prioritization. This is literally just kid running for class president. We're going to have vending machines in every classroom. We're going to fucking have recess all day. You know, I say that a lot, but like, vote for me, class president. And the vending machines are going to be filled with cake. What would you like to talk about? It's interesting. I talk a lot about religion. I'm an agnostic atheist, but I definitely I read a lot of religion because I like the idea. I find it fascinating. Maybe. I have a few people on my channel, or a few chatters who I have pretty good religious talks with. One of them is a Catholic. What is this? An anti-theist. We probably have a lot to debate on them. If you can't really be an anti-theist and secular. Well, kind of, it depends. When you say you're an anti-theist, that means you want the end of religion? The end of the belief in God? You are against the belief in God, right? Hello. How you doing, man? The demand signal. Correct. Agnostic just means lacking knowledge. Secularism is not about being beholden to God. Secularism is about separate. It's, at least I think you're talking about the classical liberal idea of Enlightenment secularism, which is that the government shouldn't have, a favor or respect for religion and its decision making. It's more of like a political doctrine, but
be engaged in the work of getting liberated from things that harm humanity, that corrupt the world, that oppress people, that are rooted in deception. Dean requires us to be engaged in the work of getting liberated from things that harm humanity, that corrupt the world, that oppress people, that are rooted in deception of us about who we are, not just us as in me and you, but people generally.
You said secularism, right? A secular humanist. Pretty sure it has a lot to do with the separation of state, right? It's a political doctrine. So an anti-theist, right? I think is kind of a little bit of an oxymoron, because a secularist thinks that there should be no disruption of religion or a mandate of religion by the state. The secularist thinks that Enlightenment values is kind of about individual liberty, right? In this regard. So if you enact an anti-theist agenda on behalf of the government, think the USSR, where they had state mandated atheism, that would not be secularist. Even though it was against religion, it ends up being kind of the same thing, if an anti-theist to me is a little bit paradoxical, personally. Correct. But an anti-theist is someone who wants to deny and disagrees with the idea itself. So, for instance, someone who believes in God doesn't have material evidence to prove that, right? Yeah. But the inverse is also true, right? Can you prove that God doesn't exist? Doesn't have to be the Christian God, by the way, or the Abrahamic God. No, I haven't made a claim. The burden of proof is on the claim maker, correct? To say, to assert that God exists, yeah. And I know it's not really, if we're talking about logic here, trying to prove a negative is not exactly something you can do. But we are talking about metaphysical concepts, right? So can you say that God doesn't exist? And I don't mean just Abrahamic God. I mean, is it impossible that a God could have created the universe? That's not an erroneous claim or question. So there you go. So are you an anti-theist or an agnostic? Well, an atheist just means lack of belief. An A in the Latin prefix means lack of or without. So an agnostic means they're lacking knowledge. An atheist means they're lacking belief in God. An anti-theist means they are against the belief in God. Hence the word anti. An atheist like myself or an agnostic could definitely, yeah, they lack the belief. An atheist could actually believe in a God, but they lack the belief right now. They're without the belief. Hence the prefix A. Doesn't mean they're against the idea of it, though. I know this sounds like semantics, but it is kind of important. Just a tad. Yeah, an anti-theist is actively against. Oh, I just ended your video. Correct. Yes. Because theism is the belief in gods or God. Here. I mean, you're not, the burden of proof is fine. I'm not contesting that. I remember I'm an atheist. I'm not going to accept what I think is just incorrect. I know the video. I also know the argument. The burden of proof is correct. You're correct in the argument. It's just an anti-theist. I just want to make sure. An anti-theist is not someone who just doesn't believe in God, they are actively against someone believing in God. Oh, you did? You're subscribed, right? Oh, you're not subscribed anymore. Oh. Rip. So sad. Wonder if I even have enough money for this. Oh God, here comes the loud sound. Oh my. I need to get rid of that. I cannot figure out where that's coming from, by the way. Do you think religious doctrines could seemingly teach good people to do good things as well? You're welcome. I didn't ask if you need religion or not. I just, in the context of what you're saying, it's true that religion, by your own words, can teach people to do good things and teach good people to do bad things, right? I think you're not helping your point there. That wouldn't help you with an anti-theist position. Well, even if the good Christians speak up against wicked teachings, you would be against that, right? If you're an anti-theist, again, anti-theist. I know I'm like sticking to the word choice, but I want to be clear, it's not semantical. Yeah, I have a launch key, Mark 4 right here. This guy. I love this thing. This 66 key though. Little small. This guy. I just find it more convenient than getting up and doing that most of the time. Although I haven't played my Yamaha weighted in a while, so. My producer, yeah. I mean, it's definitely already a band name. I produce a lot of music, but man, I suck at like. I only spend one session on songs, and it primarily has to do with like the fact that when I make music, I get bored of producing and I just want to play instead. Like I just start practicing. Like everything I make is like one session, one sit down session, and then I just move on. Can be kind of nice, but can also be kind of stupid. But I have like some orchestral stuff like this. I think it's probably the best melody ever made. SoundCloud name? Just don't mind the track names, okay? Keep moving or get hit. Keep moving or get hit. Which one? The TikTok? This one?
Be engaged in the work of getting liberated from things that harm humanity, that corrupt the world, that oppress people, that are rooted in deception of us about who we are. Not just us as in me and you, but people generally, about what people are supposed to be.
Is that a Smash Zionism poster on the wall?
Concepts that think that one person can hold power over another one. That is a problem, Islamically. You see what I mean? When I'm like conceptualizing my politics, it's rooted in the understanding that that is part of my responsibility as a Muslim, right? That's part of the thing.
Hold on.
It's rooted in the, you see what I mean? When one person can hold power over another one, that is a problem.
Okay, clearly he's not read the Quran. In fact, the whole identity of Abrahamic religions is very much rooted in the fact that an entity has a complete dominion over you, and especially in Islam, part of the Imams and a lot of the Hadith, I mean, they most definitely have control over you.
Islamically, you see what I mean?
I don't think this guy's read the Quran.
When I'm like conceptualizing my politics, it's rooted in the understanding that that is part of my responsibility as a Muslim, right?
This guy has zero clue what that means.
That's part of the thing that makes me a true believer, is my engagement in that struggle, right? So there's that. And then the second part is that this understanding of what I have to struggle against, how to properly struggle against corruption, against oppression, against deception, comes from having a grounded and sober.
Yep, it is literally that side only. Yeah, it's not that hard, guys. You know what I mean? Put it into any video editor, and instead of just fucking leaving it like this, you know what I mean? Like, just mono it, bro, or something. I just
perspective on systems such as colonialism, systems such as carcerality, structures of racial capitalism.
Thank you, by the way, for the follow, Mr. Rave.
All of these things, having an understanding of these structures, shows me that the corruption I need to be struggling against, the oppression I need to be struggling against, is grounded in these structures.
This guy has never read the Quran, has he? That sounds extremely totalitarian. And I think you're kind of missing something about the human experience, okay? Religion is just one way in which people exert social dominion, social signaling, social dominance. So it's not like getting rid of religion would ever allow the world to experience true social cohesion. I think that's just a fantasy. There will never be true social cohesion. That's an idealism. It's an idealistic idea. We should strive towards that, though. But it is a continuum. It's not something that we'll ever attain. People kill each other. People are murderers. People are always going to be different, you know? Yeah, I said we should strive towards it, yeah. But if you're looking for like this mathematical proof for the human experience to be equal to social cohesion, like the result is true social cohesion, I don't know how to tell you, you're going to be looking a long time. But we should strive towards it. Education does not fix that. I disagree. I think you could clearly say that education in the United States has done the opposite. There are plenty of scientific academics who clearly don't agree with that, and they still believe in God. Most people are Christian in this country still, even if they are in highly technical fields. Just becoming educated means that religion will just disappear. No? Yeah. Science education won't get rid of religion, though. I think many technical fields and academia in general is less fundamental, but birth rates is not a real topic. Exactly. I mean, technically the world would be more atheist, I guess, in developed countries, but it's still not a lot. I'm not sure that'll work either, Mr. Rahab. Debates really aren't about who has the right answer. Debates are a performance. Right? Could definitely backfire. Debates are a performance. Why are you fucking sharping? Debates are a performance. There's a reason that academia doesn't come to its conclusions in debate format. Debates are not a way to come to truth. I'm sorry, no. Debates are about communicating. And if it's in front of the public, it's about communicating messages, narratives to the public. And the right in a debate, the truth in a debate, is not what wins. That is a fact. It is how well you control an audience. So I think you think debates are about coming to conclusions? I mean, even in like a professional debate, right? We're talking like formatted, university level debate. It is a skill. It is a performance. You're not really there to battle the ideas. It's meant to be how well you present the narrative you want to do, how well you want to present your narrative. So it's not really about truth at all. Bogos, you have an enemy. Bogos is taking off his gloves right now. I hope you know that. Bogos will get down, dude. You mean platitudinal? Bogos is not platitudinal, okay? Bogos, for all the stupid shit he says, is not really platitudinal. You have to forgive me. I'm going to have fun with this one. I'm going to enjoy this. Online debates can be incredibly harmful, in my opinion. And I've participated in a few of them in the past few weeks. But the community I'm doing debates in, I do kind of like. I enjoy it, believe it or not. But debates are not just inherently good. Being able to say witty one-liners and, fantastical comebacks is not really beneficial to understanding a topic sometimes. Nice and dry. Dreamy clean. What do we got here? Why? Because you think people are pussies? Now that I agree with. That is true. Back to the idea of scientific education, okay? Somehow fixing the problem of social cohesion. Do you think scientific education would just like fix this problem? How to play that. I think scientific understanding and scientific education is probably not the best way to get rid of social animosity and promote social cohesion. I don't think you learn those things in scientific classes. I feel like that's the wrong area. Oh my god. Sure. Well, I'm in drop D, so I'll play it a different way, okay? I'm a lead player, okay? We'll do it one more time. I don't know how to fucking do rhythm. OG tune. Oh yeah. Back when we used a tuning fork. Bing. down a step, I think. It's got to be down a step. One sec. It has to be down a step. Let's see. Actually, I'm pretty sure this guy's guitar is in whatever tuning he wants it to be, and he just makes it sound good. I mean, it is not a perfectly toned instrument, the guitars. Well, I mean, communication is still really important. Debate is important to like communicate ideas. You know what I mean? I think that the problem with like online debate is that what people are looking for are the spectacle more. And I mean, yeah, a little bit. When it comes to politics, there's not really a lot of room for sophistry, but it's not though, because inadvertently, if the person who's debating you has a claim like, you know, the Nazis were good, and he performs better than you in a debate, then what has just happened? I mean, I can debate and represent Christianity, and I mainly debate against it, right? But but in the case of what I just said, if you're debating a Nazi, okay, and the Nazi performs better than you in the debate, what have you just done? Something not good, in my opinion. Some theists will absolutely perform better than atheists in a debate. 100%. I mean, the idea is not what we're talking about, right? We're talking about the debater here. Do you think every atheist is able to debate theism well? I'm confused. I didn't say that theists in general perform better than atheists. Did I say that? I said, if you're debating a Nazi and the Nazi outperforms you in a debate, what have you just done? I didn't say all theists, no. I said a Nazi, actually, but I said some theists absolutely perform better than atheists in debate. Yeah, but the performance failure could have lasting implications and consequences. Just because a million Nazis lose their debate doesn't really mean anything if one Nazi wins their debate on like a national platform. How am I moving the goalpost? Why are you trying to gaslight me? What is going on here, man? Don't do that. I never said all theists are just better debaters than atheists. That's ridiculous. That never came out of my mouth, man. Like, you want me to pull up the VOD for you? I can. If you misheard me then let me correct it. I said some theists are absolutely better than atheists at debating. That's not a wild thing to say. I'm an atheist. Why would I say that? Doesn't make any sense to say all. Yeah, I definitely didn't say all, man. And irregardless, now that you do know what I guess meant to say, if we're just going to continue it at least. So that's not moving the goalpost. It's just, correcting what this misunderstanding is, I guess. I don't know. But do you think that some theists can outperform atheists in debates? I disagree with that one, at least. I don't actually think I can answer that question, but most people seem to be Christian, so we're not doing a good job, are we? That's not true when you're thinking about it from a Christian perspective or a theist perspective. But we are talking about metaphysical claims here, so not like Rene Descartes or David Hume logic claims, right? Yeah, I'm just like, okay, well, we're talking about metaphysical ideas, right? So if you're looking for non-metaphysical evidence or metaphysical ideas, I don't know what to tell you. That's not really how it works. I'm the devil. Wait, was I playing them both at the same time? No, I wasn't. That would have been weird. What? All right, so we correct. It's committing the problem of what I think fundamentalists do. If you are an anti-theist who asserts that God doesn't exist, you're just committing the same mistake that a fundamentalist does, asserting that God does exist, just in a different way, in my opinion. Alright, let's see it. First link formatting. Oh, Stone Temple. What the hell is he playing, bro? Is that it? I think that's it. How am I this bad right now? Oh. Well, that was hard. It was super tough. It took me forever to figure that out. Why? Probably because the mixing is just like the actual tone of the guitar is hidden beneath the fucking 90s bass. It's just like all bass I'm hearing. That's why. Christ. The fucking bass in the bottom is, where is it? Just like this. Like, is there even a guitar in there? Where the fuck is the treble? Jesus Christ. What verses are in the Quran? Well, the Quran is different than the Bible in this. The Quran does say it's literal. Every word in the Quran is literal. And it does say that Muhammad flew on a winged chariot and split the moon in half. No, the Quran is meant to be taken literally. The Hadith is supplemental. Obviously, there's interpretations. Yeah. Imams in the Hadith, yeah. But the Quran itself claims to be the literal word of God. Yeah, there's like mysticism. I know everything you're talking about. But the Quran does explicitly say it is the word of God. Yes, they do. You're correct. That doesn't change the fact that it does claim to be the word of God. Right? It still claims to be the word of God. Okay, but there's a difference there. Do you know what I'm talking about? There is a very big difference between the claim that's not present in the Bible and the Quran's claim. Not all Muslims are literalists. There's literally mystics. Yeah, I wouldn't say most of them either. With fundamentalists, I think, well, obviously most Christians are not fundamentalists. I do think it is a growing concern in the United States, at least. That's for sure. Okay, well, even the most literal fundamentalists do not take religious scripture fully literally. That's insane. Some do. Some try, actually. Some do try to make that claim, man. The Bible also says that the moon was created before the earth too, right? And some fundamentalists do believe that. But even the most fundamental Christians are not fully literal. They choose what they believe in the Bible just like everyone else. That's a fact. I mean, I'm not sure if hypocrite is a good word there. It's just, if you think about the nature of how someone is conditioned into religion, especially fundamentalism, to reject certain things they've been told are true their entire life is going to be hard. I mean, you have to reject your entire identity sometimes. I can see why it would be difficult for a fundamentalist. That's more of a Christian thing. Miss.
What exactly does the right want? I mean, we all pretty much understand what it is we're fighting. There seems to be a lot of consensus that none of us want woke. But if you actually look at what has become big tent right or right wing, there is not a lot of consensus on what the end state should look like, what it is that we should be fighting for, as opposed to what we're just fighting against. And as I've researched this and I've studied it, I've come up with these three camps that I feel like the right falls into. One camp is this idea of we just need to reset to 2005 before everything got really crazy. And if we could just do that, we'd be fine. Another camp recognizes that the problems that we experience now didn't start pre-2005. They started about 100 years ago, if not longer than that. And so there are serious reforms that we need within our Constitution, within our government structure. And even then, there's a third camp which says, nope, the entire classical liberal experiment has essentially failed, and we need to look for something else in order to build the sort of high-trust society we want to live in. Well, my guest today is someone that I've had people that I actually respect and like tell me that I should not listen to, that I should avoid. And so naturally, I immediately went out and started listening to hear what he had to say. And what I found is that the caricatures of what he was saying did sound pretty bad. But that was the problem. They were caricatures. When I actually started listening to his arguments and his reasoning for the things that he wanted and for the things that he would like to see happen, a lot of it made a lot of sense. And so I'm very privileged today to be speaking with Doug Wilson.
Hey, thanks for having me.
No, it's
because there's nothing wrong with having religious beliefs, Mr. Rave Hat. That's what you're not understanding.
It's my pleasure. Like I've said, I've had people warn me about you, and I was...
Story of my life.
Well, you know,
not this guy.
It was interesting, though, at the same time that I was seeing some people that, again, even people that I liked and respected, saying that you and this concept of Christian nationalism was this very, very scary thing. Mm-hmm. But I was also seeing people like John Piper saying, no, I like the way this guy preaches. Right. And again, I went through that journey.
Is this the Doug Wilson who had rampant sexual abuse in his fucking ministries? Yes, it is. It is this guy. I already covered this guy. This guy has a fucking sexual abuse rap sheet cover up longer than the Vatican's, I'm pretty sure. Just, yeah, this article. This is fucking insane. It's not good. Wilson has been embroiled in some very real off-camera controversies. In recent years, several former members of Christ Church have accused Wilson of mishandling or downplaying cases of sexual assault, marital violence, and child abuse. And he has personal involvement where he has a woman receives, surrenders, and accepts. A man penetrates, conquers, colonizes, and plants. Okay. These pastors told me a wife is not allowed to tell her husband no. This guy is who we... Okay. All right. Couldn't find anyone better, I guess. You just got... Slim pickings out there. I don't know. Something like that. Who knows, man? Incredible. Hello, how you doing?
Saying, okay,
I think you're presupposing a lot there, Mr. Rave.
what's the big deal? And I
What's
think
going on? Yeah.
Well, and I think the first thing is this: before anybody else tells
Christian families have quite a lot of variance. I'm not sure it's responsible to say it like that.
anybody else what you think or
The majority
what
of
you believe
families in this country would identify as Christian, in the U.S. at least.
Christian nationalism is, can you give us kind of like a baseline of what do you mean when you talk about this idea of Christian nationalism?
Sure. I like the metric you set out at the beginning, those three groups. The one thing I would want to say in answer to your question is let's take the first group off.
So a very strict Protestant family, like a fundamentalist family, would probably give you innate bias against it, which is understandable, right? I mean, I could definitely understand someone who would have a lot of negative opinions on a fundamentalist family.
The table. That's like watching a movie. And
I mean, Protestant just means Christian. So, I mean, it means the type of Christian that's in America mainly. Protestants, sola scripture, right? It's rejection of Catholic to an extent. No papacy, no Mariology, blah, blah, blah.
a third of the way into it, you say,
Do you mean like Episcopalian or Protestants is a very umbrella. It includes like the Westboro Baptist Church.
I don't like how this is going.
I feel like that'd be a hard position to defend. I'm not sure you can just say that Abrahamic religions are bad or that they lead to extremism.
Someone recommended this movie, but it's a dog.
Yeah.
You don't then go back to the beginning and try again.
Yeah.
The movie's gonna
go the
same
something
way.
Something got you to the point where you're not liking this.
2005.
Yeah.
Got us here.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So you.
Well, that's a straw man. You don't have to assume a random position, man. He kind of laid one out there that wasn't as strong.
You can't just wind.
I know, but it's sarcasm. It's sarcasm and a straw man.
You can't just go back to when I had stage 1 cancer and didn't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We're in stage 4. It's a mess. It's a total mess, and there are.
I mean, if Hadavar's, I think, a pretty smart guy or girl. If we were going to ask Hadavar right now to try and come to that conclusion using some reasoning right now, I feel like it'd be pretty hard to be like Abrahamic religions are just bad for society. I mean, even if it came down to like tribalism, wars, objection or subjugation of women, I mean, all that exists even without religion. There's no inherent way to like separate them. Definitely not like an intrinsic link, right?
People who are not MAGA types, they're more MANA types.
He didn't say extremism. He said Abrahamic religions are bad for society. That doesn't mean suicide bomb yourself.
American normal again.
Yeah.
I just want to go back to normal, and I don't want to think too hard.
Yeah.
So I would say.
He then said it leads to extremism. Yeah. Extremism can take many different forms, though.
That is, people who do that sort of thing might help out at the ballot box, might help out with different things. I appreciate many of the practical things that they do, but I don't go to them for worldview analysis or what are the tectonic plates underneath all of this.
Yeah.
All right. So
This guy shouldn't believe in tectonic plates. That's not in the Bible.
I would just say,
what are we talking about?
Let's not go to them for answers. In answer to your question, what is my conception of Christian nationalism? It is an interplay between your second and third groups. Okay.
I mean, I think if we're going to look at the contemporary definition of extremism, probably not, right? It's going to be mainly related to political movements, terrorism, right? But I mean, we also have this problem right now where, like, how about let's just take a really recent example. Do you think, because we have a problem with terrorist organizations being classified inappropriately because, like, the Stop Oil advocacy group essentially, like, ties themselves to, like, trees, or, like, puts themselves on the road. And by definition, if we go by that one, it would be extremism and classified as a terrorist group. So at what point does advocacy and activism become terrorism? Does anyone know? Like, at what point does activism just become terrorism? Also, did you have fun energy? When I was younger, I went to 3. Had a good time. So environmentalists are extremists, do you? You have to kill or threaten civilians to do that? Okay, so at what point does activism become terrorism? It's a good question, in my opinion.
I would describe myself as a classical liberal, and so I would be in the second camp.
I think most people would think of Nelson Mandela as a hero.
One of the reasons
he does have movies about him.
Put me in the third camp. Is that I
don't we all form our opinions off of Hollywood?
Recognize that the second camp cannot function without a foundation.
Who the fuck are you? Okay, come on. Don't test my belief.
In other words,
he's a good black man.
Reject secular classical liberalism. All right, secularism has died. Secularism cannot sustain itself. So when you take classical liberalism, Adam Smith, let's just
Adam Smith. He is a classical economist, but
suspend this free market system sort of out in the middle.
Adam Smith didn't believe in free market laissez-faire systems. Oh, I have this book. I've already read this, Energy. This is a great book. I have this on my shelf. It's a very, very highly regarded, recommended book. Okay. Adam Smith was a classist economist. You know what that means? I'm South African, you fuck. You know what it means to be a classist economist?
In the middle of thin air and expect it to sustain itself. It will not. So classical liberalism grew out of a Christian consensus.
Jordan Peterson? Too much Xanax.
And if you take
too much Xanax and then far too large of an ego at the same time. That's my opinion on him.
That Christian consensus away, you're going to lose the fruit if you lose the tree.
Now, what would you say? Because I think that's
yeah, I just don't think that removing religion would suddenly fix that. That's my question, my gripe.
absolutely true when you talk about classical liberal thinkers like John Locke. But
John Locke is a classical liberal, 100%.
then when you talk about ones
A conservative,
like maybe Jean-Jacques Rousseau,
right,
who expanded the idea of classical liberalism with the social contract. Yep.
You get a very, very different.
That's correct.
So they're both part of the.
No, they're both classical liberals. One just expanded different parts of and Thomas Hobbes. No, most people don't mention Thomas Hobbes.
Classical liberal tradition.
Correct.
Are you
Maybe John Stuart Mills would be good here.
saying that essentially one is just simply not sustainable or logically leads us to where we're at?
I would say that the secularizing
Logically leads us to where we're at, post hoc. I mean, by that logic, I guess feudalism logically led us to where we are too.
impulse
What are we talking about?
is like a cancer, and it's a
Secularizing is like a cancer. My God, following that logic, I think the cancer never left.
corrosive that will eat out any container that you try to keep it in.
Dude, the irony in the fact that this man probably was the cancer, and then classical liberalism came around, was like the fucking biopsy and the removal of cancer, but this dude was hanging in the fringes. Now you're died. Now you're gonna die.
Right. And one of the things the progressive left does, and does exceptionally well, was some
Classical liberalism is conservative, by the way, is like de facto the definition of conservatism. The right to private property and the right to unalienable rights, or unalienable rights in general, is the definition of conservatism. So I'm not really sure what he's trying to say here.
Summarized wonderfully by an irreverent guy on Twitter.
Okay. What a quote mine right now. Hey, Civic. I can't wait to be fucking blown away by an irreverent, what an introduction, guy on Twitter.
Iowa Hawk.
Yeah.
An Iowa Hawk. Fuck.
David Burke.
Yeah, no, you're talking
Some of his stuff is awful, and some of his stuff is the most insightful political analysis.
And it's always witty.
It's always witty. But the stages.
Love it. Where's his fucking Twitter, dude? Who is this guy? Burke for Ohio. Edmund Burke is not the origin of conservatism. Edmund Burke got fucking slapped the shit out of by Thomas Paine in Common Sense. So I implore you, or was it Rights of Man? Rights of Man. The whole beginning of Thomas Paine's Rights of Man is literally Thomas Paine just taking out his big dick and just going, okay. Edmund Burke is like a different reaction. Okay. He was part of the aristocratic elite in Britain or in England at the time. And he liked the American Revolution for some reason, but he really didn't like the fucking French one. He had a lot of stuff to say about that one, man. Him being Irish, I know he was at least part of the aristocracy. He was very pro-American, yeah. But he did not extend the same very easily transposable ideas to the French Revolution. And the beginning of Rights of Man is like the first few pages is literally just a letter, okay, to Edmund Burke that is hilarious. Like literally hilarious. It's just a letter to him. Why was he right about the French Revolution's insanity? You started with The Idiots by Dostoevsky? Interesting. With the French Revolution? Not well. But it's a revolution. There's no guarantee that it's going to come out good on top. There's no guarantee the American one would have came out well. I'm not really sure if that's an argument against it. Again, that's not an argument against the ideas of the French Revolution. That's an argument against the execution after the verb is done. The verb of dismantling the... I have read Burke, yeah. I think there was probably a bunch of different variables between the two, but I have read Reflections on Revolution in France. But again, are you against the idea of the revolution, or are you against the outcome and the execution after the verb? Which one?
This is a progressivism for him, where identify a respected institution. Number 2, kill it. Mm-hmm. Number 3, gut it. Mm-hmm.
Clock is ticking. Jeopardy theme song. Beep, boop, beep, boop. He was not spot on. Edmund Burke launched an assault along the ideas of the revolution. Or are you just refusing to... Like he disagreed with the revolution at its core.
Number 4, wear its carcass as a skin suit.
I'm confused. Do I need to read him right now? So? Okay, so again, are you against the revolution, or are you against the outcome, the execution after the verb? I mean, you're going to have to answer that question. Because Burke was most definitely wrong. Yeah, you're just not answering the question.
While demanding respect.
Yeah. It's the Antonio Gramsci march through the institutions.
Long march through the institutions. Now, what secularism did was it did that to classical liberalism, capitalism, free market. Yeah, that cannot be sustained without...
If Mr. Ravehat, I have this
and some of his stuff
horrible inclination to play Knocked Loose right now. Okay. And then be like, wow, look at this metalcore, and hope to God that no one fucking freaks out over me calling it metalcore. I'm not confusing anything. You're just not answering the question. The French Revolution was liberalism. The outcome, as in the execution, after the verb, I'll say it again, after the verb, there's no guarantee the French Revolution would produce an outcome that is perfect or even good.
Faith in a transcendent.
Yes, and that has nothing to do with
God.
the revolution being about liberalism or whether that's good or bad. That is essentially the verb ending, and now you have to reconcile and execute a government. So again, I'll ask you once more: are you against the idea of the French Revolution, in which Edmund Burke was, and he was wrong, or are you against the outcome after the verb?
Another way of putting it is Adam Smith's invisible hand.
That is not Adam Smith. Why do people literally keep saying this? I know, which means you should answer, I'm not against the French Revolution. There you go. We made it. Edmund Burke was wrong. Whether the French Revolution turned into the despotic government that it did for a time is irrelevant. I'm sorry. There's no guarantee that revolution will end in something better. Fucking revolution. Except he was wrong on how it will become a disaster, actually. And I'm pretty sure... No, he was not. They didn't use ad hoc only. They used previous ideas of institutions from, the Enlightenment. So, or at least concepts of them, same way the U.S. did. I mean, consider the fact that the U.S. had a civil war not that long ago after becoming a country. I mean, what are you trying to look for right now? I'm pretty sure it has to do with majority, factionization, but tyranny of the minority. Let's see. Which book are you referring to? He's written quite a few things, right? This Edmund Burke. What do you mean? You just said opens his argument. Reflections on Revolution in France is a pamphlet, just like Common Sense, but it's a book, bro. Are you kidding me? Thomas Paine is a pamphlet. This is a pamphlet, but it's still a book. Okay? Look, book. Oh my god. It's not that hard to fucking, quit playing semantic games. We'll reread it for you, okay? Just so we can have some fun. What is lamented the fact, dude? What does that mean? I'm just confused. I mean, split brain patient phenomena wouldn't surprise me. Edmund Burke, by the way, because he was an aristocrat, didn't agree with the French Revolution because he was against the idea of peasants controlling the country. You're aware of that, right? Karl Popper. I remember. How was that an ad hominem? And how is that a straw man? If anything, it would be a red herring. I literally asked you if you're aware of something, which in no way is saying a straw man. I didn't assume your position there. That's what a straw man is. An informal contextual fallacy, right? Maybe you should read up on what fallacies are. And two, again, it would be a red herring if anything. Okay? Oh my God. How am I strawmanning what you said by saying you're aware that Burke injected his own personal bias into his writing against the French Revolution because of the class distinction? How is that fucking strawmanning? I remember you showing me a Karl Popper book, but I don't know enough about him. A strawman is a misrepresentation of an assumption of someone else's argument, yeah. You assume a weaker, less, more broad, contextual, informal version of someone's argument. When did I insinuate that Burke was right about the French Revolution? It sounds like he was completely wrong about it. Like, entirely. And then, by your own wording here, not strawmanning, where you said he was right on how the French Revolution failed, which is, yeah, man, it was a revolution. There's no guarantee it'll be a golden society afterwards. Congratulations, Burke. You're in France right now? Okay, buddy. Yeah, Burke was right about why the revolution failed. And like I just told you a few minutes ago, Burke injected the idea that because they were fucking peasants and not like, elite, they couldn't do it. We're below the transcendental dignity of the revolution society. Oh, okay. Sorry. I must be rereading something that you didn't link me to. Or is this not the right book? Pamphlet, my bad. God, shit. Just weird, man. Very weird. Or did you just like read what you wanted and then didn't read what you disliked, or what? What happened? I mean, I'm reading it right now, so. My God, he writes so annoying. This guy likes Burke. This guy thinks Burke correctly predicted that the French Revolution would end in travesty, even though he was wrong about literally everything. But the French Revolution did end in a kind of bad government afterwards, so I guess he's right about that. Burke is an aristocrat from England at the time who was in favor of the United States. He's kind of very popular amongst conservatives in the now, in contemporary. If you are a fan of like some libertarian institutions, there's an Edmund Burke Society. PragerU really likes him. It depends on who you're talking to about him. But he was... How is that an ad hom? He injects his ideology from that into his writing. If you refuse to fucking see that, that's not a me problem. It's literally what he does. He had disdain for average people. Correct. Maybe. Oh, cool. I don't believe in souls, so. Fucking. He's not the first modern conservative. That is straight up fucking Edmund Burke Society fucking garbage. My God. Did I call it? Are you subscribed to Edmund Burke Society? Please say no. He is what some people would say the father of conservatism. But I definitely don't think that is true. That is straight up contemporary fucking stupid conservative propaganda that comes from this place and is perpetuated by certain conservative think tanks. More like think tanks. Because I would argue that earlier Enlightenment thinkers are the first conservatives. So, but the Edmund Burke Society, this shit still exists today and has a bunch of tendrils. Yes, they were. Unless you think, I don't know, what are you, how the fuck do you think that he's the first conservative? Like, I don't get it. Dichotomy? You mean dichotomy? Dichotomy. Got it. You mean dichotomy? This word? Okay, now your sentence there with that word makes zero sense. The American contrast? Classical liberals and classical liberalism, in my opinion, is the birth of conservatism. And then the reaction against that later presents itself in different forms. Where you have social liberals, you have no, I'm not. These ideas existed before the revolution. No, Milton Friedman's wrong there. Again, classical liberalism is just the idea, the most freedom with the most equality. With the most equality. In Edmund Burke's world, I don't give a fuck what he has to say. It's retarded. Classical liberalism is about freedom and equality at the same time. Equality was never left out. You're literally telling me that it starts with Edmund Burke, who is like 100 years later than who I'm talking about. So, it's fine. The basics, like not being able to answer a simple question. Like, do you disagree with the revolution, or do you disagree with the what came afterwards or after the verb? I mean, it took you a long time to answer that one. I don't care what the renegotiated words of those are. Aren't we talking about, classical liberalism, which is most definitely not a word you hear today. I don't know where you're getting this idea from. No. Maybe you're thinking of social liberalism? Probably. That's what it seems like right now. No, it did include equality. Because you have to limit rights, Bryce, which is antithetical to freedom, right? So you have the most freedom with the most equality because those two things clash. Classical liberalism is like Locke. Yeah. Locke, John Stuart Mill, Thomas Hobbes. Which I don't know about this guy, but I guess I'm thinking post-revolution though. Fuck. You really think it starts with Burke, bro? That's fucking hilarious. There's no fucking way. Are you subscribed to the Edmund Burke Society? I'm dead. Bryce, the right to private property promotes what? You're welcome. No, the right to private property promotes what at its core? It promotes something for everyone. The right to private property promotes equality to own stuff. That's why it promotes equality. It promotes the equality of owning things. I don't think they really wrote equality. I don't really think you, I mean, you do see that in John Locke, but because having the right to own private property means that everyone has the equality to own private property. If we just had unlimited freedom, freedom only, freedom from, right? Then there would be no right to private property. So that's why it promotes freedom and equality. But they clash. So that's kind of the important part. It's kind of the problem with classical liberalism is that the promotion of freedom can inhibit equality, and equality can inhibit freedom. I mean, I think you mentioned earlier that you think free markets came from Adam Smith, which you didn't even answer my question of what a classist economist is, so I don't really know if that's a smart question. Inclusive marketplaces that promote equality between the people in the market, yeah. I would not say classical liberalism is modern day conservatism. That is most definitely not true. No. It doesn't matter. I'm not using a contemporary idea of equality here. It's not outcome or something like that. Absolutely not. It's just to have more equality. A classist economist is someone who thinks of economies in a classist way, as in they think of workers and capital owners. Adam Smith thought about it that way. He was not like a neoclassical, someone who thought about it in consumption or, you know, some other variation. What worker, like labor, workers and capital owners? Well, Adam Smith is not really like a de facto conservative. He has political writings, but I wouldn't really say they're that important. So what is the point of bringing up free markets? We've never had a free market anyway, so. It's definitely logical. Depends on what you're trying to look at or what you're trying to do. I think in a lot of ways, Adam Smith was much more correct than like neoclassical, but I'm literally never even talked about conservative right now in the contemporary sense. So I have fun, man. You mean republics? Yeah. Are you about to tell me the difference between a constitutional republic and a democracy, or what? Is that where you're going? What's happening? Oh my fucking god. How did I fucking know you were gonna move into this stupid shit? John Adams? Okay. You mean James Madison? You know, I just debated this on stream, right? And you do realize that James Madison wanted to do direct democracy first, but after existing through the Articles of Confederation, not getting anything done, he switched and they tried to do a legislative version first. And then he realized it wasn't going to work. And then he went to a form of republic when it comes to at least the executive. So, no, you are literally retarded. You have no idea what you're talking about. It took like 10 years of the Articles of Confederation for him to actually come to that conclusion. And it's James Madison. But sure. Yeah, I mean, I can give you some research if you want. I'm sorry, bro, but you're just like wrong. Okay. So you think the Electoral College was proposed as the Republic version before as the first one, right? And you got the name wrong again. It's James Madison and Alexander Hamilton. I have the Federalist Papers literally on my desk right here, by the way. So. And I just told you now that is true, but it's not why the Electoral College became a republic. Obviously, they feared the majority rule, but you're kind of just being retarded right now. James Madison proposed a direct democracy first, and then after the Articles of Confederation did not work for like 10 years, you know, they can never actually get anything done, he changed his mind. He literally wanted to do direct democracy first. But it's fine. The Republic form wasn't even the second choice, by the way. It was the legislative as the second. And then finally, because they didn't want the legislative branch to have so much control over the executive, he came upon the half quasi constitutional republic form. So, and it was not mainly about popular choice. It was mainly about the states, because each state is like its own country. And he wanted representation for the states, not just because popular choice makes wrong decisions. he thought that the states were like their own mini voters. And after watching the Articles of Confederation not perform, he felt that states would leave and the Union would fracture if they didn't have representation. Maybe you should try reading before insulting. There's like this little puzzle thing on TikTok, bro. All right, I'm gonna take a break. I think it's been about 5 hours. A long time. Holy shit! I don't even recognize it that much. Your neighborly shit sheet poster. Good conversation, by the way, though, man. Come back sometime. We can talk shit to each other again. I'll read more of Evan Burke here to see if I was retarded. Okay, but hope everyone.